paves the way. Gonna clear the mess today. Unfornicated and bold and true. We're digging deeper, we're cutting through. Misinformation don't stand a chance, and the light will take a stand. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out. Echo chambers can't confine. We're the seekers drawing lines, flipping stories one by one. Battle's hard, but we've begun. Unfornicated and bold and true. We're digging deeper, we're cutting through. Misinformation don't stand a chance, and the light will take a stance. Light it up, let the truth ignite. In the dark we'll spark the fight. Unfornicated, keep on strong. Debunk the myths where they don't belong. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out. Light it up, let the truth ignite. Debunk the myths where they don't belong. Falsehoods crumble brick by brick. We're too sharp, too quick to trick. Streaming in loud, our fearless shout will burn the nonsense from inside out. Light it up, let the truth ignite. In the dark we'll spark the fight. Unfornicated, keep on strong. Debunk the myths where they don't belong. truth won't fade. Through the noise, I'll carve my path. Won't be swayed by hollow wrath. In my truth, I'll take a bath. Unfornicated clears the aftermath. Unfornicated won't be played. Won't be played. There's twisted games I ain't afraid. I'll shine light on their charade. In this battle, truth won't fade.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Unfornicated live stream. This is where chat drives and bullshit dies. I am your bartender, and tonight we are serving up a gold mine of derp that I've been meaning to share with you, but it kind of got sidetracked and things like that. So let's kick off by first saying hello to everybody in the chat. We have the typical Zoo crew members here, as always. Did not start off with an audio problem, so that is a step in the right direction for today. We have our usual suspects in the chat that I can see. We have, Lindsay, Charles Arnold, Calder, Cuppy Cake, CK, Jim Daniels, Icy Spin, Marcus. Let's see, who else am I missing here? Lindsay Bow, I may have said your name already. Well, you guys all know who you are. Anyway, I'm filling in for Mike tonight because it is his anniversary weekend. So happy 6th anniversary, Mike, to you and Jess. Hope you guys enjoy your time up in Maine. Have a lobster roll for me. Yeah, because I'm doing yard work this weekend. Go figure. Let's do our typical housekeeping stuff. For those who were around earlier, Cope did an unboxing of all the Zoo Crew gear that he won as winning the design contest that we had. So it was great to see that gear and great to see that it was, pretty good quality and it was packaged well and nothing was fucked up when you opened it. I mean, that's a plus. When DP got some critical or streamathon stuff, the print wasn't quite on par with what you would expect, but luckily you got that sorted out. Anyway, so in my merch store, there will be a Zoo Crew tab and there will be Zoo Crew gear if you want to order it. There is absolutely no overhead on that. It is going to be what our prices are because you guys deserve to have your own gear. Let's see, what else do we want to do for house clay? Oh, yes, Unbreakable Collection. We have just under a month before Veterans Day here in the U.S. That is on November 11th, 11/11. We'll be doing a live stream, and we will be doing an open donation of all proceeds matched penny for penny, dollar for dollar to the Native Americans Veterans Association. So get those orders in if you would like them. We have coffee mugs. We have glasses. We have, maybe not glasses, no, travel mugs, hoodies, T-shirts, take your pick. Again, that's for the Code Talkers one that we did a few months ago back around Memorial Day. So that's a plus for that. Let's see, what else do we have to talk about today? Bruce Wayne is running a 10-miler on Sunday. Dude, I don't run unless there's a gun involved and I'm not holding it. My knees can't handle the running anymore. For my 40th, which was coincidentally a decade ago. God, that fucking sucks to say out loud. We had I did a triathlon here in including swimming in the Hudson River for a mile, a 5K run, and a 15-mile bike ride. I think it was 15K bike ride, something like that. All I know is that the run sucked, and I puked on somebody's front lawn because I don't run. Yes, Cuppy, I will put that up right away. And we'll put that in there, and then we'll go ahead and pin that to start with. So what do we have for you guys tonight? Well, first off, Bruce, I wish you all the best of luck on your 10 miler. That is about 9.5 miles too far, from my opinion, but I do wish you the best. In your Batman costume, shit, even better. Pixar didn't happen. That's all I got to say. Dougal is here. Welcome to see you, Dougal. I can add you as a moderator now since you know, you got rid of that. Who won in that trivia thing between you and DP on that? I never asked. Oh wait, Ash is here too. Hey, look at that. Sorry, just doing a little housekeeping as we go through here so I can add people in so they can post their post links and stuff like that as we need to. So by all means, if you see something that you would like me to cover or go over, or you think would be entertaining for the crowd, by all means, post the link, tag me in it so I can see it, and we'll go forward there. And if I don't see it, smack me around on Discord, spam the chat, whatever you need to do, because I get distracted. Fair warning, I'm already 2 drinks in, 2.5 drinks in. So it's going to be a fun night, weird night, I guess we can say. Let's transition to this real quick. And for some reason, I got poofy hair going on today. Oh, Dougal. So Dougal, did you end up beating DP on that? Let me know. Because I hope you did. Oh, you did by 1 point. Okay, cool. Close. Wow. Were you sandbagging to keep it close? And so that way you didn't have to make, you know, DP feel bad or what? I mean, I'm kidding. Right here. There we go. Here we have the merch store. This right here is the Unbreakable section. And you'll see in the red banner above there, it says Code Talkers Unbreakable Collection has dropped. All proceeds will be matched dollar for dollar and donated to the Native Americans Veterans Association via live stream on November 11th, 2025. You have 24 days and 14 hours to get your orders in. And I do have a spreadsheet. We're almost up to $100 for donations that will be going directly to the NAVA. So that means $100 from the merch sales and then $100 out of my pocket. Well worth it. It's a great charity. And again, a direct result from the Code Talkers and the amount of love we received for that video and that live stream. And it was great. It was fun. I enjoyed having that conversation and teaching something that maybe not everyone knew about. And that's kind of what we do here on this channel. Let's talk quickly about a couple projects that are coming up. Harp is still being edited because I suck at editing and it's tiresome and boring. And until I can start getting, you know, monetize to pay someone else to do it, then I'm stuck doing it. And you're stuck with my timelines, which sucks. I know. I've been promising it for a while. My apologies. Somebody sent me some clips of a Flurf spouting some derp about the Aegis combat system, which is a, well, it's a, like it says, it's a combat system that integrates weapons and radars and fire control and things like that. And it's primarily developed for the U.S. Navy, but also has other countries that use it as well. So we'll be doing a video on that. We might cover some of that tonight. I don't know. We also have, sorry, I'm checking a look at my list up here. I have a new setup. Thanks to Prime Day, I picked up a couple new monitors. So now I have 3 full-size monitors. I feel like I'm in a control station. So if I lose shit on my monitor now, I should just delete my channels. Just pure and simple. Actually, I put a picture on Discord of that. Let's see, what else do I have in the hopper? Oh, we're going to be doing a video on the Unfornicated, like Raw series, the science series, where we did the photons. We're also going to do one on rogue waves. We're also going to do one on the speed of light. So HARP is the next video. And it's not your typical HARP video. It's not about just say, oh, you're wrong and that's it. No, we actually go into the math and we start in, you know, you guys know me well enough by now to know I use ridiculous analogies to help it sink in. So we'll be doing all the math and all the analogies and debunking the three main conspiracies like weather control, mind control, and earthquakes. Because, well, let's see, we had the Russia earthquake of an 8 point something in July 30th, I think. We recently had one in Drake's Passage in the Philippines last week. So maybe it was this week. The weeks start running together. Let's see, what else do we have? So that's it for projects. So the link to the merch store is pinned at the top. Like I said, for the Unbreakable series, it's the one that do Ghost donates. If you see something you like, by all means, pick one. If you don't see one you like, or you have an idea for one, drop me a note in Discord, and we will be happy to go ahead and work up a design. That's what I have child labor for. So the Aegis will probably be a declassified video because, you know, we can't just do Derp or we all go insane. So we have, so Aegis will be declassified, Raw will be Rogue Waves and the Speed of Light, and then Debunk will be HARP. Yes, Charles, we're talking about Rogue Waves. So there's a recent study that came out prior to 1995, just to give you a little heads up. Prior to 1995, sailors have always talked about these rogue waves that come up. And what it is, it's something that's, depending on what sea state you're in or you know, what the seas are while you're sailing, the waves are 2 to 3 times bigger and they're random. So it was always kind of driven by math, and it was driven by some physics from the 1800s, specifically Foucault or not Foucault, I'm sorry, Stokes and Airy, Airy of Airy's failure. And that kind of predominated like how waves were going to react. And we based a lot of our technology from the 1800s on with that. Well, in 1995, we actually had a measurement of a rogue wave, and we started doing the math on it. And Georgia Tech recently submitted a paper in September talking about the mathematics of why it happens and why the original thought in the lab environment doesn't necessarily work when you consider the open ocean. So, yeah, we have so we have 2 declassified shirts. Monkey has the dark one that just says the Unfornicated files declassified. And then I also have the one that says redacted for her pleasure. So I do put I do put effort into names and to some of the descriptions. As you saw on Copium stream, if you did or not, we also have 20-ounce single-serving coffee mugs, referred to as a caffeine cannon, because if you're not drinking 20 ounces of coffee at a time, are you even drinking coffee? So that's where things are. Oh, and here we go. Look who's in chat, everybody. So for today, I just got to say this now. The Derp we're going to go over, this absolute gold mine of Derp that we have to go over today, is courtesy of Michaela. Now, Michaela was out running errands, forgot exactly what the errand was. And while waiting, she saw this periodical. And when she saw the periodical, she started flipping through it and immediately pocketed, took it home, and sent me a message on Discord. Then she went and downloaded all 62 editions that have come out of this periodical. So we have a treasure trove of Derp to go over. And when I say it's Derp, I'm not lying. It is Derp of all colors and flavors. There is not a single thing they don't cover at one time. Michaela, you don't have to apologize because the batshit crazy meter on this is through the roof. And I actually showed it to Mike from the Drunk Debunk show earlier. prior to us, when we were backstage waiting for the for Copium stream to come up, and Mike was like, "Oh my God, are you going to do this, or can I start stealing some of this?" So Mike might be covering some of this stuff too, because there's so much to cover. It's like 22 pages of just tinfoil paranoia. That's the only way I know how to describe it. But yeah, so we're going to be covering that a little bit. So, how's everyone's weekend? How's everyone doing? Hopefully, you guys had a great week. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the seasons that are changing here in the Northeast. It is changing over the fall, which means it is 30s in the morning and 60s in the afternoon. So, 30s in the morning kind of sucks to walk the dog when there's frost on the grass. I'm not going to lie. It's a little brutal. It's a rude wake up in the morning. And then, but yeah, but leaves are changing. Not that I can see them being colorblind, but everyone tells me they're changing. But yeah, everything's going well. I'm having a great week. Work was, busy, but it's Friday. So it's, drink time. It's kick back and relax time. Oh, and besides the derp, Cuppy was nice enough to send me an idea. And you know what? I'm going to show the idea right off the jump. All right, sorry, just checking a few messages. I needed to, what was I going to do? Oh, yeah, I need to show you guys this. So it's not that I don't know where it is. It's just, it's kind of bounced a little bit. So visit the store page on Steam. She gave me a wonderful idea because look, Derp gets annoying and it gets overloaded. And next thing you know, you're going ape shit. However, if you have a mic tonight and you might want to do some gaming, she provided us with this free demo for a game called Cursed Companions, which is a voice-driven game. So if you have Steam, put in Cursed Companions. You can download it or check it out, see what you want to do. And maybe we'll play one of the videos. Actually, why don't we? Why don't we play those videos? Here.
Is key. Spells with your voice.
Light my fire.
Disarm traps.
It's a trap.
Heal your friends.
All you need is love.
Chase away evil spirits.
You're not my type.
But beware. There are some words you cannot say.
Hey, this way, follow me.
Or your team will get hurt.
Oops, sorry.
Enter the dungeons. Seek treasures to please the Dark Queen. Avoid the monsters lurking in the shadows. Remember, teamwork is key. And watch what you say, or one wrong word could be your last. Now go forth and do your best to survive the Cursed Companions.
So I thought that might be fun. Oh, and there's a trader.
Your words can kill!
I gotta go.
Kill your friends with the right words.
Maybe it's the guy behind you.
Who can you trust?
There's definitely a traitor among us.
Curse your friends!
Oh no, not me, not me.
Your team has to figure out who's betraying them.
It's him. He's the traitor.
Your friendship will be put to the test. In the end, it's not the monsters you need to fear. Find the traitor and survive the Cursed Companions.
So I thought that might be fun for us to goof off and play together and just make it go apeshit crazy and, just take a break from the derp to do. So I don't do the streams where, where we do ghosts and stuff like that. That's all Mike's thing, but we can play together. And in the event we can't figure this shit out, we have the old standby. Murder trivia, and we can go for that too. So, Um, let's get started with a little bit of Derp first, because I've been wanting to share this with you guys for a while, and I don't know why, except that I just figured you guys would love this shit. Welcome to the light, the uncensored truth, a free truth paper. Now, what do we know about things that have to highlight the fact that they're true? They're usually not. So this one particularly, well, this was my favorite one. I figured it's the first one that we could kind of cover. It's from August to September. It is issue number 60. And yeah. So let's just kind of cruise through this, and we'll come through, and we'll maybe do a poll to see which ones that we should talk about. The Hunger Games. Government is determined to reduce farmland. Starving the beast. We can only end tyranny by ceasing to support it. Yeah. It's quite paradoxical. Not lying, Bruce. Police told to ignore vaccine damage. Operation Tala instructed officers to treat complaints as dissent. MPs, which I learned stands for members of parliament, work for warmongers. Oh, one of my personal favorites here. Children schooled into silence, pupils who question authority are a threat to system of control. Now that reads like straight paranoia. Yeah, you're right, but it's uncensored. Go figure. By the way, Michaela, this raises questions of so many that I have about the UK now. Like testing times for maintaining freedom, DNA database for babies, and digital ID looming in 2030. And if you want to help spread the uncensored lies, truth, whoops, you can bulk order a free newspaper by spending money, and then you can hand them out to your friends and family at holidays. Porn addictive as crack cocaine. Your brain gets rewired by limitless access to sex videos. It's Friday night. This one might win. Campaigners launch legal food fight. New law allows some genetically modified products to remain undeclared. Artificial intelligence called out. Electronic line calling embarrassment for Wimbledon. The next step in human consciousness. That sounds like a book review. Oh, Edmund de Rothschild supposedly has a memory hole because he had a speech talking about, well, according to them, climate alarmism that was missing from his memoirs. Obviously, conspiracy. Ancient laws define us as paupers because why wouldn't sovereign citizen also be included in this? The geoengineered transhuman. Review a book on the genetic game plan by Elena Freeland. The accidental activist. Perfect gift to send a friend on an awakening journey. Comes with your own red pills to swallow, apparently. A little what they stand for and what they do. Yeah, we can make fun of that. Supposedly a Dutch lawyer is suing Bill Gates and others regarding COVID vaccines. The stars are aligning for World War III because why not the stars? It's got to be astrology, right? Humbly, bro. Actually, hey, Witsit, do you have anything to say about that?
Developments, information being brought to me. It's like the ether is an ocean. And I'm just surfing, bro.
Just surfing it, bro. Thanks for that. We're bringing the information. Thanks, Witsit. Oh, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
If you want to support the stream, links in the description.
Thanks, What's it? It's not actually in the description, but we appreciate it nonetheless. So yeah, astrology. Yeah, I'm sure that's how we're going to decide when World War III starts. From paradise to prison, American expat framed in a tropical nightmare. Blends true crime and supernatural horror as idyllic island life turns into a fight for survival behind bars. And what would not, I mean, what truther would not be a truther if it didn't include at least a little anti-Semitism? Manifesto for humanizing science. This is all good stuff. Veterans incur lifetime of guilt. This one might hit a little home for me. So if you guys actually pick this one, I might actually have to, I don't know. It might be that one might be a little harder for me, but we'll see. I have very strong opinions on that, and I try not to be political. The contrived removal of President Jimmy Carter, supposedly, by the New World Order. And, of course, what periodical wouldn't be one without letters to the light? And we can read what some unhinged people think of this ragtag paper. So, oh, look, Free Citizen UK. Okay. Water. Oh, look, it's probably primary water, too. Clones Frequency Festival. Oh, that sounds like right up my alley. And yeah, colloidal silver. Yeah, all right, all good shit. So this is 22 pages of absolute bullshit. We can pick one or two articles. We can maybe highlight them, read them real quickly. I can put them up on the screen for you guys to look at instead of the smaller screen. We'll put them on the big screen. Zoom in nice and tight to make it easier to read. And we can start looking at this derpitude and make fun of the paranoids. Am I sure it's not satire? Yes, I'm absolutely sure this is not satire because Dougal, if you actually read these articles, you'll see so many of the same language, tropes, references, all goes back. But I tell you what. Oh, Michaela shared all the folder. Oh, you're giving away all my content, Michaela. If everyone reads this, then what am I going to cover? No, I'm kidding. Yes, you guys can absolutely read any of these, but if you do find yourself falling for it, please reach out to somebody in the community so we can have a discussion. Just read the what we stand for. Oh, hold on. Let's go back up to that. That's right here in the middle, right? Oh, here we go. Despite attempts to paint us as something we are not, by Wikipedia and the media, a summary of our real beliefs. Let's find out what they believe, okay? We are neither left or right wing. We are pro-freedom. Okay. We abhor violence and intimidation and welcome healthy, public, inclusive, democratic debate and the free exchange of views, even ones that may be offensive or not politically correct. We oppose cancel culture and deplatforming. Well, if you are at this channel, you already know we're not fucking politically correct, so, you know, whatever. We don't mind what your ethnicity, class, creed, sexual orientation, or gender is, unless it's from one specific country in the Middle East, apparently. We are not aligned. We promote no political party. We are only concerned with truth. Yeah, sure you are. We are opposed to all forms of political, social, and economic authoritarianism. God, I can't speak tonight. We are of various religions, faiths, and spiritual orientations. Those of any belief are welcome, including atheists, agnostics, and seekers. Why the fuck you got to call it atheist like that? Why don't you just list Muslims and Hindu and Wiccan? And why do you got to go agnostics and atheists? That seems to be like not very welcoming at all. We are concerned human beings. We oppose the Great Reset, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the worldwide implementation of a cashless, digitized surveillance society. Paranoia is starting to creep in a little bit. Let's see. I need to move this back up here. We believe solutions to the world's problems start at the individual level by realizing their root causes and then affecting changes within ourselves, our families, and friends. And what the hell is playing? Hold up. Well, thank you, Drunk the Bunk Show, for interrupting the stream. I appreciate it. That's what I get for having the tab open for too long. Okay. I had a tab open for the Drunk the Bunk Show, and that I was going to watch, and yeah, that was the music starting it. Ghost in the computer. Unique. We are all individuals, not a group or a box to be easily labeled. This is because we are all human beings, and every single one of us is unique. Well, there's something I can agree with. To question the climate crisis is not to be anti-environmental. We are pro-ecology and against policies that destroy our environment, including so-called renewable energy technologies. Seems a little paradoxical there. We believe in the right to demonstrate and to question history. The media and all political and economic systems, including those that run them for their own benefit. Well, I can agree with a couple of those. We believe in free speech, free association, free inquiry, and the freedom to educate children as parents wish. Look, I'm going to go out on a limb here and just say there are some parents who probably shouldn't teach their kids. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not against homeschooling, but be self-aware. That's all I got to say. We stand for bodily autonomy and personal sovereignty. Oh, gee, who could have saw that one coming? And oppose and enforce medical procedures. We oppose all forms of scientism, technocracy, and which are subtle forms of fascism. We oppose communitarianism, corporatism, and totalitarian digital governance. Individual rights are the supreme law above any collectivist ideals. Jesus Christ, I need to have another drink. Yeah, Proby, you're not wrong. Rob, I don't know. Yes and no, maybe. This kind of baffles me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. They're out there a bit. So the one part that I wanted to kind of talk about, because I don't really want to go into some of these things too much. Financial systems, World War III, blah blah blah, banking. This might be interesting. A corrupt system and eerie folklore collide. Okay, that could be interesting. Don't care about that one. Somewhat interested in that one. Let's go to letters, shall we? Nah, Bruce. The more you drink, the better it is to talk. That's the way it is. They could be sold on the nice pictures. Let's see. hold up. Right here. Without reading any further, I'll move my fat head. Okay. On Sunday, July 20th at 1940 hours, I was in my garden in Holland on the sea when I noticed an airliner high up over the coastline heading west. What do we want to talk about this ones? I think we're talking about chemtrails. There weren't any vapor trails. Aw. Then suddenly a white plume was discharged from its rear. Should probably get that looked at, bud. Which wasn't continuous and only lasted a few seconds. As the airplane proceeded onwards, the white discharge became a cloud, which then drifted northwards below other clouds until it went out of sight. That'd be perspective, if you didn't know. Having witnessed this, I would like to know what was this discharge consists of. You know, if only you could do some research to find out. Who manufactures this? And is the aircraft's captain responsible for releasing the substance? Why do you automatically assume it's A, substance, B, a nefarious substance, and C, blame the pilot? Kind of seems like you've already decided what this is. What's the purpose behind it? Questions that need answered from a concerned citizen. Well, Ronnie Knight, you definitely have questions. You might want to look at that discharge, though, coming out the rear. Definitely. Look, if you're here, you already know. We already talked about chemtrails and everything else. We already talked about the performance theater that goes on with politicians. And, well, look, we see shit like this, and we already know what this is. But the reason why I thought this would be fun for content is, like, they don't shy away from anything. If there is a taste of tinfoil to the article, they'll write it. And I'll show you an example in a second exactly, because this kind of goes into the, how do you know if you're looking at bullshit or not, right? Now, I know you guys all have good bullshit detectors, but let's just kind of, we'll cover that bridge in a second. Our stickers arrived last week. Thank you. And we thought others might be interested to hear how we propose to use them. We buy cheap paperback novels from charity shops and put a sticker on the inside cover. We then leave them on park benches and in-station waiting rooms, bus shelters, etc. Some we put on back on the charity shop shelves for resale. Over the years, we've used white rose stickers or our own designs, but these new The Light stickers are ideal and will be used from now on. Signed, James and Maggie. Employees of the month, people. I have no idea what to say about this. Yeah, CSA, you're not wrong. The U.S. just imposed sanctions on UN human rights expert Francesca Albanese because she spoke out for Gaza. What better way to show where the world really stands than build a massive call to give her and the doctors caring for people in Gaza the Nobel Peace Prize? She spoke out. Now the Trump administration is punishing Francesca Albanese, the UN rapporteur for the West Bank and Gaza, with sanctions. Meanwhile, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Thank you for the copy of The Light I received at Abbeywood train station. I don't understand why I can walk into my local shop and get a free news shopper every week, but your paper is not there. Can you change this? Oh, God. Is water not a chemical? You know what? That's a valid question, I think. It is, what is it? Hydrogen dioxide, right? No, dihydrogen oxide. I forget what it is. Quee shows up. Welcome, Quee. Let's see. I knew the New World Order are pushing a vegan, vegetarian agenda, but that doesn't mean we can't be a light for the animals also. As long as there are slaughterhouses, there will be battlefields. Leo Tolstoy. Huh. How do you be a light for the animals? It means like don't eat them, don't slaughter them, or like you share your conspiracies with them. I'm curious. Like, do you sit at a park, get out your popcorn or your little seeds or bread or whatever, and then you start telling all the pigeons about what you read in this paper? I'm curious. David Kane, please, if you're watching, and I know you're not, but please, if you are, send me a note. I would love to have you on so we can discuss this. All three, probably. Big fish, not wrong. Dihydrogen monoxide. Thank you, Bruce Wayne. My brain is a little like whatever today. Let's see. I don't really care about the royal family. I don't really care to read that. So this right here, this is what you guys can expect. I'm going to Pete and repeat. Yeah, those people are definitely something. So to me, I want to take something like the light here, and I want to roll it up, and I want to light it on fire and use it as a torch. Because why not use it for real light? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through some of these. And there's content to be made here. Videos, live streams. Shit. I can even turn a couple of these into Mad Libs, for Christ's sake. Maybe legit or bullshit. Who knows? Okay, so the quality of this thing, I want to just kind of explain a couple things real quick. What can you expect from this paper? Now, I know you know what you can expect, but do you really? So apparently, President Carter, by going up against Bush and Israel, it was costly for Carter. Even though, as a Council on Foreign Relations man, and despite all the attempted control imposed upon him, Jimmy Carter began to veer away from the course. Sorry, indigestion for that one. That the New World Order Brigade had decreed on the very same day that he attained the office of U.S. President. His first mistake was in firing the all-powerful CIA Director George H.W. Bush and 800 others in the agency. Funny thing, those are appointments, and when you become president, you get to appoint who you want. So before Carter was Nixon? No. Yeah, Nixon. Republican. Carter, Democrat. Why wouldn't he put somebody else in there? I digress. Bush had promoted many covert operations practitioners, aka protected agents, to the Justice Department and protected the former and secret Central Intelligence Agency Director Richard Helms, who was only given a fine and a suspended sentence for the heinous crime of deliberately lying to Congress. This is the quality of the horse shit in this paper. Ford, thank you, Ford. Yeah, Ford. So Ford was a Democrat. Yeah, Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter. Okay, and then Reagan, right? So, yeah. Some interesting reads. I think there's definitely going to be some things that I read on these and maybe make some stuff on. I don't think you guys want me to read them in an overly theatrical voice, or if we get Reds on, he can use his Batman voice to read these. I don't know. Doesn't sound like a very entertaining story, but I could always have someone else read them. We can have AI read it. That would be fun. We can set up drinking games. A shot every time you hear the word truth. Yeah, that's aged badly. This is just from last month, by the way, or 2 months ago. Let's see. Here's the part that there was one thing I want to kind of go over because it's something all these little paranoid conspiratards talk about all the time. And that is this. No, not the porn. Well, the porn will be an interesting one too. Children are schooled into silence. Now, just read the opening paragraph. The first thing we are taught at school is not how to read, write, or reason. It's how to obey. Before phonics and times tables come the silent signals. Raise your hand to speak. Don't move without permission. Sit still, face forward, and repeat after me. Look, there's enough teachers in the community who can tell me, like, this is about being polite. It's about trying to, make it so everybody can learn. So, in other words, shut the fuck up so everybody else can learn. That's what it is. Questions are only welcome if they are easy to answer. And heaven help the child who speaks from instinct, the one who tilts their head and asks, but why? Because why is dangerous. It threatens the edifice. It tugs at the curtain, and in a society increasingly defined by managed perception, nothing is more terrifying than a child who sees clearly. All right, look. There is a certain expectation, especially, at least in the schools I went to, that there is some portion of rote memorization. Because I had some teachers that were, I wouldn't say they're not qualified, but they didn't. There's different ways to teach, and teachers teach in certain ways. And I've been lucky enough to have some instructors who were just incredible teachers. Ones that I still know their name 30 years later. Ones that when I came home on leave and I was in the military, I would go sit in their rooms on their off periods and hang out. Some that I still talk to into my early 30s, including my German language teacher, Miss Renata Riggs. Most of those teachers liked to be asked questions. Most of them liked to be asked why. It wasn't about memorization. I had specifically my junior year, so you figure I'm 16 years old. We're doing something on U.S. history. And my teacher at the time was named Mr. Strubing. Now, Mr. Strubing, when you first went to his class this first day, he went around and shook everyone's hand. He taught how you shake someone's hand because first impressions matter. He didn't say open up the books or anything else like that. He took the time to ask us questions about ourselves, how to introduce ourselves, how to engage as a human being with another human being. He loved questions. He loved, there's many a times where the syllabus got detracted, like completely derailed for a day or two because of a debate or a question or something like that. At the time, Ross Perot was running for president. He was like a third candidate that was actually making some noise. And we had a very long conversation over 2 days about the two-party system, about Ross Perot, about the presidency, about about what being outside the two-party system would create for opportunities that we weren't used to seeing. And you're 16 years old. You're getting this education, having these discussions right before you're getting allowed to vote. So, all in all, yeah, this is the stupid shit that, oh, this caught me because, because it's me. They give labels now to the spirited ones. Oppositional defiant disorder, ADHD, conduct disorder. Wrap it up in psychobabble, prescribe them something that makes them easier to handle and call it compassion. But what are we really medicating? Attention, emotion, or resistance to the culture that no longer serves human thriving? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my cat. Bless your holes, because this is some stupid shit. Hey, Max. I just used one of your things. One of your sayings. Let's see. What was Proby asking? Uh, uh, I debated and body slammed Witsit today, third time in a row. Oh, Max, what was the topic this time around? Because, the second law of thermodynamics and atheism was well, it was expected. Like when it was going down that road, I called it, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened. The dog just licked me. He tried to talk morality with me. Oh, yeah. Let me guess. To be moral, you need a book, right? You can't have any sense of morality without a book to guide you, to define it for you. As if like the only reason why you're not an asshole is because a book tells you that you'll be punished if you are. And that also in the same time frame tells you that nobody can just be a decent human being without being directed on how to do it. Seems to be a pretty shitty take on humanity. Now, don't get me wrong. I love humanity. I just hate people. So go figure. Tried to hijack my argument to make his argument and failed, but I did get the chance to tell him, look, Max is taking lessons from the light here. He's leaving us with cliffhangers. All right, let me transition this away from this mess here. You don't have the moral high ground. You spat on your wife and got arrested a bunch of times. Yeah, where was that in this book? Where did the creator tell him how to do that? I have a question. What are you eating? I'm wondering if I left a pizza out. Don't be a dick. Jesus Christ, probably. Yeah. CSA, you're not wrong. There are plenty of people who believe in the book but don't know how to treat people. I'd say that could almost be a majority from my experience too. Now, granted, I haven't met everybody, but in my limited experience, the ones who treat people like assholes are kind of outnumber the ones who don't. But I digress. Yes, there's a dog sitting right here who has her ears perked and looks like Dobby from Harry Potter. Look, I put you up in my lap, but you hate sitting up here. So why don't you go lay down and go grab a bone? So yeah, that's kind of where everything is at. Geek, you might be wrong. Max would probably hit me up with a with a copyright claim on the "Oh My Cat, Bless Your Holes." So let's see. Holy crap, I got money in my Steam wallet. That doesn't happen often. All right. Here's what we're going to do here. We're going to pause for station identification. No, actually, we're going to play conspiracy music studios video here. All right, everyone get your fingers ready. First one to type the subject of the video they want to watch. And that I see, we will play that one. This dog look like Dobby if Dobby had a square skull. I should just set up dog strings. Prawn, boats. What's prawn? You guys are just picking any. I meant the subject matter of conspiracy music studios. Oh, hold on. I didn't transition. That's probably one of the problems. What's it? All right. Oh, shit. We got 3 witches to choose from. We have Humbly Bro Remixed, or the Fallacy Machine with Grandma's Blouse. Oh, is there a song about Tron? All right, we're going to go with Fallacy Machine. Only because I helped with that one. So I'll be right back. Whoops. Let's try this again. What is going on with my mouse? Hold up. Why is audio not going through? Oh, I know why. Because I'm a dumbass. Hold up. Now. Still not. What in the hell is going on? Volume's up. Unmute tab. Okay. There we go.
That's what I tell the flat earth youth. Talk so fast you can't keep track. If you fact check me, I just change the track. Get homonym, you're dumb. Sit down, red herring, spin it all back round. Straw man, your claim, twisted for sport. Knock it down quick like it's my last resort. Equivocate my way to glory. Appeal to authority, same old story. Circular flare, not secular. Hey, look over there. I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said, but I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse the question, man, that's my guile. False equivalence, I mix and match. Reification, giving idea latch. Begging the question, that's my main hook. Cherry pick the data till the whole thing's cooked. I'm not wrong, I'm just ahead. At least that's what the voices said. Equivocate my way to glory. Appeal to authority, that's my story. Round and round with circular flare. Non sequitur. Hey, look over there. I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said. But I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow. Watch me now. Policy machine, yeah, watch me now.
That's an at-home straw man cherry picking. False equivalency, you're contradicting. Begging the question, appeal to my source, non sequitur, of course. And therefore the earth is flat. Checkmate! I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said. But I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow. Watch me now. Policy machine, yeah, watch me now. Yeah. IQ 160 in my mind.
I'm partial to that one because I get a lot of credit on that one. I had the original idea for the song and some of the verses and some of the visuals. But Max got the grandma's blouse credit. So way to go on that one, Max. And Geek, you're not wrong. I mean, he creeps out my daughter. Like my daughter's like, ew, I don't like him. So she has a problem with him as a whole. And Michaela, you're not wrong. Like live with them, let alone marry. If it was married, I'm even not sure. And then yeah. And then also do the whole, horizontal hula and ended up having kids. So go figure. Choice seed indeed, yes. Get your 160 IQ sperm donations now. He is a whole. Yes, he is. Yeah, Jim, it's definitely the dressing like 21 midlife crisis thing. Let's see. Oh, funny thing is this is the same tab that I have my harp script in. Whoops. Let me move that out of the way. Oh, he's an EA right now. Joy. I can go without listening to him on a Friday night. So that's kind of what I wanted to go over was show you the light tonight. Show you what kind of stupidity you can find in the wild if you look for it. Well, Fowler, in the negative 17 Tor vacuum of information. Not wrong there either. The amount of, I mean, Michaela can attest this. When she told me she had this and she sent me a message, I was like, oh no, please, wait, go back. Send me the webpage. I need to read this. And I was so excited to read it. And I completely forgot I had it. So then I'd ask Michaela again where it was because I couldn't remember. So, yeah. Michaela is the closest one who tries to keep me on track and at any given time. So bless her and her patience for having to deal with somebody like me. Yeah, it was over 6 months ago. Okay, well, yeah. Then there's a good reason why I missed out. Oh, I know what I want to do. Hold on. Do you guys know what day it is? Today is, think about it, Friday. So, does our favorite philosopher, our favorite angry flurf, did he put out a Think About It Friday video? Let's find out. No. CC, you're slacking. I need you to make content so we can make fun of it. Please stand behind another tree again. That's still the best one. That's right up there with your wife and what it's like to live with flat earthers that has 250,000 views. That's right. Absolute bullshit. I still need to record that. I need to play with my soundboard. That's what I need to do. Yeah, he's gone missing again. He's been out for 5 days. We'll give him another week. If we don't hear from another week, then we'll take a drive and see if we can go locate him in a Target parking lot. Berkey, we don't know, but it's a distinct possibility. At the very least, he's no longer allowed to make videos on the rooftop or in the house. Flurfology smacks down of Mikey. Is that the one that Mike put up? Let's take a look.
Mikey Smith, social warrior.
Yeah, that was the one that that Mike shared. That one was funny. That was gold. That's Fetters, right? That's Jack Fetters' channel. Yeah, Assiniboia, Assin the Boys. I mean, the different names that they named this city is fucking hilarious. Yeah, Jack Fetter. I thought it was Fetter. The leaf on the spider web thing. Yeah, that one was pretty good too. They're going to say it's defying gravity. No, we won't say that because we can see the fucking web that it's hanging from. Which one? You talking about the one where he got all super bent with the black screen telling Bob how he's going to spend all the money? New Zealand's easier to spell. Jim, not lying, not lying. Yeah, so Bruce, if you're talking about the one where it's a black screen and it's a recording of him talking to Bob, that was one that some of us caught like live, and we were like, somebody needs to record this, and I believe IC Spin came through in the pinch on that one because it was highly entertaining. Oh, it does CSA, but Jack Fetter just mispronounces it like 12 times over. Like it's like when I was first on, I was doing my CC impersonation on Mike's channel. I kept calling him like Max, Melvin, Mo, everything but Mike. Oh yes, Calder. Yeah, that's right. He was standing in the amulet and complaining about the rain. Yeah, I remember a lot of his videos. I'm not sure that I should ever really admit to that. The best one was the 20-minute one at the beach where you only heard water. You couldn't even hear him. Oh, yes, Michaela. And supposedly the CSA has been served and he is waiting to get the court summons so he can have a trial and he can expose all the lies and collect all the money. Can't make it up. The jokes write themselves. What can I say? Let's see. We covered the derp of... Oh, Red's released a video. Quote mining is easier than valid criticism. Let's see. There's been quite a bit of content coming out that makes me feel like I should be doing content. Instead, I do lives now. Dougal, yeah, you know, you're right. I honestly believe that's exactly the case. He does believe it. And it is rather sad because that level of denial is just crazy. Like, they were talking about the ISS picture that Reds and Mike did, last month? And they were talking about, he sent the video to Mikey to say, hey, here's where we caught the ISS. And Mikey's whole response was, well, it's inside the firmament. It's in front of the stars. Good luck. Like, okay. So what's the height of it? And can you do the math to show us? And I remembered, oh yeah, Mikey doesn't do math. So go figure. If you're talking about the phone call to the observatory, it wasn't actually Jack Feder. It was actually Red's Rhetoric who made that phone call. Oh yeah, Cygnus. His main character syndrome is off the charts. Like it is like we talked about this during the last live stream, and I showed Ashton and how everything is his lane. Advanced physics and politics. I mean, he's smarter than everybody. And Mikey believes the same thing. He honestly believes that he's the only one who's ever captured a picture of a star. He thinks that it is one-of-a-kind pictures that should be displayed as art in museums. And he thinks that he should be, he tells everybody how to take pictures just like him. Which maybe wouldn't be bad if he actually knew what the fuck he was doing. Yeah. Well, that's true, Steel City. Yeah, I'm filling in Mike's void. So, let's see. Was there any derp that was out today? Oh, Dr. Bliss. I watched this the other day. Flat Earther thinks time zones don't exist. Dr. Blitz is turning into one of my favorite channels. He's way too patient, especially compared to me. Yeah, I rather enjoy some of his stuff. And I end up learning some stuff on his channel too. So at the same time, the you versus physics one are always entertaining because there's all these different fields within physics that I obviously have no idea what it's about because I only do telecom. So it was always kind of interesting to see his take about the physics as a whole and like the different subjects and things like that. CC spoof video.
Welcome to 2024.
Oh, I don't think I've seen this one. Thank you, Rob. Hold on, let's put this one up here in a second. Yeah, Lindsay, he was confused. He was confused about the moon during the day today. That was Rather comical. All right, let's punch this up. This is one of Rob's videos. Let's see, Calder, what were you saying? I had a customer come in with his registration and asked for windshield washer fluid. What? Why would he need his registration? When I heard that, my brain overloaded and reset itself. No, we're not going to do Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind is a different story entirely. Yes, I definitely know who Kent Hovind is. He's a real piece of work. His young Earth creationism is just depressing. Professor Dave did a debate with him, and like, I liked watching him squirm just to define the word kind, because that's what's in his book. Just give a definition of a kind in relation to how science defines things. And that alone took 30 fucking minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I'm not on camera at the same time here. Whoops. There we go. Blinker fluid. Yeah, blinker fluid would have been worse. All right, so this is from Rob for CC. CC Chris from New York, Westchester County.
Welcome to 2024. You know, as a former ball earther, so into space, I watched Star Trek. I was there. I believed it. I thought we would colonize the moon. But as a former ball earther, I would be really disappointed. Shouldn't we be on the moon right now? Shouldn't there be a Wendy's up there?
I remember this one.
McDonald's? Shouldn't
Valid
there
questions.
be any advertisements at all on the moon? No, there's not, because it doesn't exist. You can't colonize something that isn't a tangible object. But as a former ball earther, I'd be pissed that I'm not produced any pictures, any moon landings on any other celestial objects. I'd be pissed. I mean, shouldn't there be, with all the technology we have right now in 2024, we should have a fucking camera up there. We should have had a camera up there 30 years ago, 20 years ago.
Oh, the CubeSats,
10
yeah.
years ago. But there's not. And there never will be. As a former ball earther, I would be really disappointed with space advancements. I would be pissed. I would be questioning any of this. Instead of fighting flat earthers, who the fuck cares? I would be pissed if I was still a ball earther. Why the fuck isn't there a camera out there? Why isn't there anything at all showing us a real picture of Earth? There's not. There's nothing. Apparently, we sent a little rover up to Pluto.
Oh, God.
Why isn't there a camera in there? Why isn't there a camera on Pluto right now showing us the Earth and the Sun and the stars? As a former ball earther, I would still be pissed that there's not a fucking picture from Mars of the constellations. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for viewing my videos. Let me be a part of your life.
Oh, that's funny shit. Whoops. Try it again. Yeah, that was good shit, Rob. That is good shit. That is funny stuff. The surprise face that just pops up randomly is just that's what makes it perfect. Your hair does match. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's CC's mom, or CC in drag, I guess you could say. Yeah, still see. I mean, look, it's like he's tired from ranting for 20 minutes straight and getting all excited, and he's an older gentleman now. He doesn't have the energy level, so towards the end, he's kind of tapped out. Making a phone call to Dow. Tell them my name is Sean Dunk. Keep mispronouncing Kent as cunt, and just see how long I can push his buttons until he rage quits. Oh, that'd be entertaining, Bruce. You got to record that. That would be fun. That would be fun. What possible point would a camera on the moon be? We've got geostationary cameras taking regular high-def pics, video live in ISS, such stupid crap. Yeah, I mean, there are cameras there. And I know that there's geosynchronous satellites because I used them. I know what the delay was. I knew how far they were. That was funny. Arwen the elf. Let's see this one.
Oh, that you did.
Arwen is another one of those cases where I'm just like, I don't know. Yeah, probably he starts out kind of even, and then, he has those dramatic pauses, and then, he starts getting spun up by himself. He spins himself up. He gaslights himself. He starts getting angry, and then he finally, right at the end where he's just going ape shit, laughing and going, and saying bullshit more times than we can count. And then it's just like, and thank you for subbing, and thank you for watching my videos. Thank you for making me part of your life. Click, gone. All right, let's see what Arwen the elf.
Oh, that you did that? He was calling you an elf. Oh my god, how dare you? How dare you call me an elf, since I have an elven name. And I pride myself to be an elf. So, yeah. Oh, wait, because other people are called an elf and a wizard in a bad way, that means that I can no longer be called an elf or a wizard. Because it is being popularized out there to call that evil and crazy and bad, right? Well, fuck them. All these people that call that, oh, you're an elf, that means it's evil or stupid or sneaky or grabblery or anything. Well, fuck you. Stop slandering elven culture, bitch. I'm an elf. And I'm proud of it. I'm proud of my heritage. Because we are superior to humans. Yeah, you heard me, bitch. We are. Oh, wait. We are humans? Yeah, I know. It's about the spirit. And we don't give a fuck. If you start calling people elves because you think they're stupid goblins, call them goblins, don't call them elves. This stupid medieval, weird, freaky elf is evil. Well, fuck you and your retarded bullshit. Elves are awesome. Elves are smart. Elves are pure. Elves are wise. Elves are beautiful. Right? And if you don't think so, well, go fuck yourself. And the same goes for wizard. Oh, all wizards are evil because they're smart and we assume because people are blabbering on like fucking retards that wizards, because they're smart, must be evil. They spend their time only fooling people. Well, fuck you. I'm a wizard because I know things and I pursue wisdom. And I'm smart. Smart enough to be a wizard. And I don't give a shit if you think that's evil. Oh, you mean you're just a fucking retard, do you? Yeah? You're calling me a wizard because you don't understand? So, you don't understand, so it must be evil? Well, that just means you're a fucking retard. That's all. I'm an elf, and I'm proud of it. I'm a wizard, and I'm glad I am. You don't like it? Well,
let me
go
put some
fuck
commentary in the middle of
yourself.
this because, you know,
I don't
want
give a
them to
shit
play.
about...
You know, him for the, you know, we're talking about commentary here at the same time, even though it's a short video. Yeah, elf pride, definitely elf pride. You're not wrong, Still City. That's a unique take. Yeah.
About your stupid slander bullshit media narrative. Yeah, and that includes fucking Owen Benjamin. I don't like it that he says wizards. Well, fuck you and the wizards. Wizard is not evil. It's what you do with it. Yeah? Now, not that he's gonna change anything about that.
There's someone in this chat that says, "Do a bowl, brother." Yeah, he needs to do something a little bit to kind of calm down off this tirade.
I just don't like it. I just don't, and I'm not going to adapt. Not ever. I even called my freaking account Arwin the Wizard Bear. Yeah? Not evil, not Grabbler, wizard. Wizard, elf. That's what I am. It's good. You don't like it? Well, get the fuck out.
I like at the bottom how it says, what is happening here? Holy shit, Arwen. Wow, that was something. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. Let's see. Oh my God. Yeah, he's Arwen is different. That's all I got to say. Yeah, he is kind of a goblin. He's like under the stairs kind of thing. Oh God, Roger. No, I don't know that. Hi, Brenda. How you doing? No, I don't think I know how he time traveled and saved the world. I think that's a new one. Quee's like, look, he's Dutch. We're special anyway. Look, Quee, you're the one who has to kind of like, you know, you got to claim him. Oh, look, Asshat Foreskin put out a new video today, 5 hours ago. The key to faster than light communication. Does anyone think Asshat Foreskin figured out anything about faster than light communication? I doubt it. He was being harassed by somebody. All right, look, it's 9 minutes and I'm morbidly curious. Dr. Blitz Debunks has one. Flat Earth script fails at the first step. You gotta love the little baby flurfs. The little toddlers who haven't quite learned the scripts yet and they're still reading, from it. It's like their first day on the short bus. I don't know. Some of these FE outliers probably for the best. Yeah, Dougal, it is. And it's funny. I kind of noticed, like, I've been in the community for a few years now. And like, everyone knows, like, like there's different trees, different branches of the family tree, right? There's the Dubé is kind of like the trunk. And then, you got the Oakley branch, you got the Thompson branch, the Nitwit branch, and you have the Dell branch or the Bev branch, and the Rising Earthers, Dell and them. And none of them can agree on anything. But then I started figuring out that, like, they kind of defy that pigeonhole because they kind of go against their flurf daddy to kind of make their own name, right? They'll start bad mouthing somebody if they've been booted off the channel, like Ficazzo or something like that. It's an interesting, like, sociology project gone wrong, is the way I look at it. Michaela, see, the thing about Faster Than Light that is so bad, there are two problems with it. One, it's impossible, and two, it's impossible. You're not wrong there. Yeah, no, still, see, that's not going to happen. I have plans for the weekend, and I'm also, I have my work laptop right over here, just in case I'm needed for something. So, actually, there should be a fair warning. There might be an Irish goodbye in the middle of this, or there might be a couple songs that get played while I have to fix something. But generally speaking, I'm just kind of on standby in case shit goes haywire in the network. But generally speaking, I think it'll be fine. But because I'm on standby, it's going to be one of those, I'd have to leave, well, now, within 10 minutes. I'd have to drop off the dog with a friend and wake them up. Then I would have to drive 4 hours to hang out for 90 minutes, maybe get some, a breakfast sandwich with the boys, drop Mike off at home, and let's see if he gets back into the house and see if Jess has changed the locks or not. And then drive 4 hours back home. So it was like 8 hours of driving for like 90 minutes of hanging out. It was too short a notice. Yeah, don't forget the Waka Waka world. Yeah, the Pac-Man world of awake souls. Yeah, Brenda, just you being there is enough of a trigger to cause them to turn into complete assholes. And you can handle it very well. And I tell you what, that's kudos to you having a thick skin and having to deal with these people for so long, because I definitely lose my shit a lot easier than you do. It's a rough draft, but I sent you a song. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look at this. Oh, we got a couple things here. We're going to pull this up real quick.
This is a camera that I built.
Whoops. And we're going to pull up, where's Cupcake? There she is. I'm an elf, not a wizard. Let's hear what Suno came up with. Arwen's Anthem. It's like Dropkick Flurfies.
I'm an elf, not a wizard. Can you not see my ears? I'm an elf, not a wizard. Those words will bring me to tears. I'm an elf, I'm all powerful, and I'm going to live for years. Wizard, wizard, wizard elf, that's what the fuck I am. Wizard, wizard, wizard elf, get the fuck
Jesus.
away if you can't deal.
Oh, that is good shit already.
I'm a wizard, wizard, wizard elf. Don't you know what that means?
No, it's not a video. It's just a pseudo song.
While you all die while making memes. You all laugh at me, but I don't fucking care. I'm a wizard, wizard, wizard elf. I'm the one of your dreams. Wizard, wizard, wizard elf. That's what the fuck I am. Wizard, wizard, wizard elf. Get the fuck away if you can't deal.
Oh, this is good shit.
You all may make fun of me, but I'll outlive you all. You might want to push me off a cliff, but I won't ever fall. You see, as a wizard, wizard elf, all my dreams come true. And none of them ever or will involve you. Wizard, wizard, wizard elf, that's what the fuck I am. Wizard, wizard, wizard elf, get the fuck away if you can deal.
Oh, God. Guppy, this is perfect for tonight, I tell you.
Elf, wizard, elf, wizard, 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 wizard elf. That's what the fuck I am. Wizard, elf, wizard, elf, 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 wizard, elf, elf, wizard, elf.
That is some funny shit. That was good. Hey, Cope. No, stop. I don't want to listen to anybody else's bullshit. Let's see. Oh, Jack sent me a laser pointer at 2 billion frames per second. So you can actually measure the speed of light.
And all of the electronics necessary to move data really, really quickly.
Let me see
between the
something real
sensor
quick.
and
I'm not going to play
computer
the whole thing. It's
in
like
order
30
to
seconds.
Not only reduce the noise, but also record at twice the frame rate. This is a side-by-side comparison of the disco ball shot from the first video.
Holy shit, that is cool.
New one looks a lot better. In order to
That is cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be doing... So the speed of light video that I'm doing is I'm actually concentrating on when we first figured out the speed of light. So starting from the 1600s to the like early 1900s with Michelson and Einstein. So it's kind of where the cutoff is. And I go into like how the experiments are set up. I go into how they were used, what their measurements were, how they measured it, and how close the measurements were to our modern day number. An absolute amazing thing about it is that two Frenchmen, Fizal and Foucault, one got within 4% or 5% of it, and one got into, I think it was Foucault that got into like 0.4% accuracy of what the number is that we know it to be now. And this is 1800s using mirrors and fucking oil lamps. So, it's to me, it's really cool. It's, you know, it's something I deal with on a daily basis, seeing as I deal with fiber optics, and the speed of light is something that we need to know because that's how we measure things like latency and distances on the cables and identifying where faults are and stuff like that. So For me, it's something that's like I use every day. But the fact that I can use it every day is what makes it funny. This guy's name is Alpha Phoenix. I'll drop the video into the chat unless Jack wants to drop it in there if he's still here. Uh, 2 billion frames per second, supposedly. Yeah, I don't know. Proby, I mean, that's a lot of that's a lot of frames per second. I mean, that's a big hard drive. That's got to be, it looks like he's done most of the work himself too, so that makes it interesting. But yeah, yeah, interesting stuff there. Yeah. Latency, schmatency. Hand waves, yeah. Delay through 1,000 feet of coax cable. No, Cygnus, he does it, and it's funny because he stands behind the thing. He goes, "Well, what is it? Is it a wave or is it a particle?" Like he doesn't understand that it can be both. He doesn't understand the concept of an observer. But yeah, it's just science denial, regardless of what it is the most frustrating thing for me, and that's kind of why like HARP has turned into a pet project, just because of all the conspiracies. Like as soon as the Russian earthquake came out, guess what? HARP, 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 hashtag HARP, and every fucking social media post. And the funny thing is, on Shitter, every one of those posts, guess what? Had a blue check mark. We call that motivated reasoning. And so like I wanted to kind of tackle that, and then but I'd also want to tackle a couple of other things too. So if you do have like ideas for videos, stuff like that, by all means, you can shoot them to me on Discord, shoot them to me an email. I'm happy to do them or look into them, stuff like that. I spent a lot of time researching and redoing my scripts over and over again. I was telling, I think it was Calder and Monkey the other day about HARP. I had to rewrite part of it because I was off on my calculations by a magnitude of 10. But here's the thing. It was off towards the conspiracy side. So I'd said it basically creates a heating of 1 square kilometer out of 2 million square kilometers. And when I was looking at the math, I realized I didn't count enough zeros. It ended up being 2 billion kilometers. So I was off by a magnitude of, well, I was off by 1,000. So yeah, and then that's the other thing too, Canadian CSA, is like, how do you explain earthquakes before 93, 95? And how come you weren't blaming Russia for earthquakes? Because they have a ionosphere heater. But like literally go into the physics of energy levels, frequencies, and everything else. So it's like, talk about what HARP does in depth and do the math, do the physics and everything else. And then we use that to kind of call back to that as we're going through each and every conspiracy. Like the earthquake one is the absolute fucking dumbest one. Well, they're all dumb. Let me rephrase it. All 3 are dumb. Mind control is dumb. Weather manipulation is dumb. Earthquakes are dumb. All of them are dumb. And the ironic thing is it's based on one guy's fucking patent that was submitted based on motivational reasoning. Again, but we cover all that in the video. We talk about Eastland. We talk about how he's a nutcase and everything else. And show his patent multiple times and talk about the people who promote this stupid shit and why. And then we do the physics. So unfortunately, there is a lot of math in that. I will preface that with that. But you know me, I use analogies. So there's plenty of analogies to kind of strike at home. And to be honest, I had to I'd forgotten most of this math. I had to go into it. And like I said, I've already fucked up the math 3 or 4 times. I had to go back through and do it again. Because, you know, when you're reading it, you're like, God, that average seems off. I thought it would be bigger than that. And you do the math again, you're like, oh, whoops. That 10 to the negative 8 should have been 10 to the negative 12. I'm like, oh, well, shit. Steve's Creepy Van, how you doing, bud? Welcome to Friday night fill-in for the Drunk to Bump Show. Yeah, or tidal waves, or hurricanes, or tornadoes. Yeah, all that shit. So, I mean, that's why, I mean, it's so ridiculous because HARP literally transmits a few days a year. So, and there's like independent verification of when they transmit. It has a very distinct signal. It has a very distinct sound. It has very specific frequencies. And they make a calendar because they want everybody who might want to listen a chance to listen so they can start verifying things like power levels and frequencies and polarizations and things like that. So they get more info outside of what they're just doing for their information. So it's like their information is about heating up a portion of the ionosphere and also about communications. But then they have all these amateur radio people who are listening in who provide all the, it's like, it's crowdsourcing science is what it is. And you need $30 and an open window to do it. It's ridiculous. But there's one thing we know more than anything. And when it comes to a conspiracy theorist, the one thing they won't do, well, there's two things they won't do. They won't actually do research. Well, there's a lot more than that, and we know they won't do any work. So, for whatever it's worth. Yeah, the decimal point is a thing. You know what it is I actually have to start wearing glasses now for the monitors, even though they're 27-inch monitors that aren't far from me, because commas start looking like periods, and yeah, it turns into kind of fucks up my math. I mean, it happens. One times one equals two. Math is simple. Yeah, illusion, you're not wrong. Harp is hard to play, whether you're talking about the actual string harp or the harmonica. Or you want to talk about harmonics in the ionosphere. Take your pick. They're all hard to play. Fowler, they will not only point IR cameras, they'll point IR thermometers at the moon. Doing the work. Thank you, Mikey, for that one. But Canadian Space Advocate, that's the reason I'm doing the video. I want it to be a very thorough debunk. So that way, when they do their own research on YouTube, it's there. Here's the math. I'm going to put the math on screen so they can do the math themselves. I'm going to get a chalkboard. I'm going to get the right font, and it's going to look perfect. Yeah, any Office Space reference is a good one. So Cygnus, I got one on you. I have progressive lenses, so I have ones for far away and ones for up close. And if you ever see me wear them on stream or on a video, which might be happening soon, I set them specifically like where they are, so that way I can look down to see further, or I can just tilt my head up a little bit to read through the bottom. Not a big fan of transitions. They're too hard to get used to, and I don't wear my glasses nearly enough to get used to them, because I'm holding out hope that my eyes will correct themselves if I eat enough carrots, drink enough milk, or whatever the fuck else a wives' tale will help me with my eyesight as I get older. But like the gray hair, I'm just going to have to give in and embrace it. And I'm also growing my hair out a little bit on top. I'm going to try to see if I can get the CC do going. I'm going to take a picture into the to my barber and see what we can make happen. What do I know about simple harmonics? It's all frequencies, bro. Trust me, bro. That's what I know. They can do the math themselves. Have you thought this through? No. But here's the thing. If you put the math up, which they'll deny and they'll skip over, it's like the absurdity of harp. Like, without giving away the entire video, the absurdity of harp is like, I cannot put it into words how absurd it is. Like, the analogies I used were so ridiculous and they were even short. Like, I could have even taken the analogy and made it an order of magnitude more absurd and it still would have been correct. That's the thing that bugs me. Like, things they don't understand automatically, argument from incredulity. I don't understand it, therefore it must be that. It's radio, I can't see it. Well, you can't see fucking radio waves when you're playing radio in your car, but you can still hear music, right? How the fuck do you think it gets there? Carrier pigeon? Come on. Bring the wig and some glue. You know, if I could find, I need to find like a long hair wig. And then I need to bring the wig into a hairstylist with a picture of CC and say, make it happen. I don't care if it costs me $100. And then once it's sprayed, we're going to spray it with shellac so it doesn't move. I'm going to look like the Thunderbirds, like the stop motion ones with the hairs all one piece, like the Ken doll. That's what it's going to be. Carrots are better paired with radar. You can cook carrots with radar. I hate the derp that we fight against is now in everyday conversations from the people in power. Taylor, you don't get me started on that because it is such a fucking fiasco. And it doesn't matter what country you're in. The conspiracy theorists are still getting there. And why? Because fear porn is clickable, is entertaining. It's that dopamine rush, right? And real science to them is boring because they don't understand it. And even if you get them to understand it, it's still boring to them because they're not wired the same way. Like, they get that dopamine rush from knowing something that's secret as opposed to learning how to do the math, how to do a link budget, and presenting a link budget and be within, I don't know, 10 to the -6 decimal points from the actual link budget. Like, to me, that's a dopamine rush. When I know I do my engineering on a day-to-day basis and I know what my fiber optic loss is going to be or what I calculate it's going to be, I know what the guys in the field are going to do, and it comes in so spot on that I'm fine-tuning by like 1/4 of a decibel or 100th of a decibel. To me, that's my dopamine rush. Math magic. Yeah, exactly. Oh, geez. Canadian Space Advocate. That must make, that's good. Don't wear contacts. You might put the wrong ones in. So for the declassified video on Aegis, I had to think about what I was talking about for a second. There's been a book. It was a textbook that I had access to in the military that I don't have access to anymore, obviously. And they came out with a new edition of it and stuff like that. And I looked it up. It is basically the Bible for radar performance and engineering and stuff like that. It is $187. I'm seriously contemplating dropping money to buy it because I've tried looking for it online and everything else. It's a huge book. It's like 560 some odd pages or something. And they go over every single thing. And I was thinking about doing that, but then I was like, well, what's the point? Because it's math magic. No one ever cares. But the thing of it is that like I portray myself as having expertise with the EM spectrum, and specifically to certain blocks of frequencies that I've dealt with. Things like HF, things like UHF, SHF, and EHF. That's it. I don't have any of the low frequency or medium frequency experience, so I don't really talk about them much. I know how they work. I know they're absorbed by the ionosphere. I know that they do ground wave propagation because of wave tilting and things like that. I know how all that works. But for like the harp, the reason why I do the math is because I want people to understand how absurd it is when we get to it. Like understanding kind of like what path loss is and what gain is and what these numbers mean when they read a Wikipedia page. Those are the parts that I want to make sure that I hit because those are the ones that they bring out. Um, yeah, you know what? Probably, I think I need to get a blue light blocking pair because like this light, if I'm doing a late night stream, I'm not, it's like 2 hours before I go to sleep. And it's just because you know, I don't want to do it in the dark. There was a woman who served in the Air Force. She got them to pay for corrective eye surgery. Yeah, no, you can. You definitely can. Steve's gonna be banned arbitrarily just dropping the coconut telegraph. I gotta get you to listen to more Jimmy Buffett. Maybe they could die the radio was to that's what the dumbs can see them. All right, illusion. This brings up a funny story. I was banned on Shitter for 2 weeks because I think it was a concaver was talking about the wavelength of the frequencies and therefore they have different colors. So because visible light has different frequency ranges, different wavelengths, it has different colors, he assumed it applied to the same thing. And to be fair, in telecom, we do use the terms colors and stuff like that, although they're infrared and there are no colors. But I digress. It's the point of it, right? So I told the guy, because it was about UHF and it was about radar at the time, I told him to stick his head in the microwave and hit start and tell me what color the waves were that came out. And yeah, I couldn't post for 2 weeks after that. I got thrown in shitter jail. Flighties don't get exposed to them with nearly enough frequency. That's true. Let's see. I had a coworker who's into conspiracies tried to explain how a microwave oven works. You're not getting anything right. It's just magic. And the funny thing is that's literally the pretense of harp. Excite a couple of electrons, warms up, kinetic energy. We're talking about like, wait for the video. It's ridiculous. It just lure having to keep her secret knowledge. Yeah, absolutely. No question. You know what? And illusion to your point here, it says also doesn't help that Western politicians are the least tech able ones in society and don't have a clue. And you know what's funny is Carl Sagan talks about this in his book of the Demon Haunted World, or it's in the other room. And he did an interview on that. And he talks about people in power who are science illiterate, trying to decide what science has done and what that does to a people, you know, and to a civilization. And that's kind of why I did the paradigm shift one, and to explain like this is how civilization dies. It's not through war and plague, it's through absolute ignorance. Michaela, hold on, let me find it for you. It was on it's on Amazon. So I mean, I even checked some used bookstores online to see if I can find it. ISBN 10 or 13. I guess it really doesn't matter. They're the same numbers. Here is the ISBN. Cuppy, you sure can send me another song, always. The name of the book is called The Radar Handbook, is what it is. And there's a few of them. There's actually a couple of RF ones that I used to have access to. That they I'm sorry, this Radar Handbook is 1,328 pages, so even worse. There are some RF books that I want to get that are also like, between $50 and $200, and that's just because they're engineering books. And they're ones I used to have access to, and it's just stuff that I want to just kind of go into. Like, I enjoy books that go into not just like how radio works or what the variables are you have to count for them, but has real world applications and how they are used, like things that gives us some sort of an application story of we saw this happen and this is what it is. So kind of like when I did the Battle of the Beams one, it was a conversation of saying, well, I have to re-engineer this, but the country who engineered this originally 80 years ago had an entire country full of scientists and engineers and an unlimited budget to make it. I'm a single guy who the FCC will not let me build a 300-foot by 100-foot antenna in my yard and let me transmit whatever frequency I want to prove that it works in a way that I want it to work. And I'm not going to spend 2 years of my life while working full-time to try to re-engineer this system with limited documentation. So I take the current documentation, take what I know from ITU standards, and say, here's the standards you need to account for. Here's the other laws you need to account for. Do it yourself then. But I'm telling you, it's because of diffraction and refraction is why you get this. You get a grazing ray. Here's why it works: because they have to shoot over the ocean, because of the electrical conductivity of the water. That's why they did it over that. That's why they picked those specific locations. That's why they didn't pick other locations that were maybe better because they were higher. Stuff like that. Yeah, remove the brain. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, shoot that song over. Copy. I'll look at it in a second. Yeah, Twatter. F Twatter. Yeah, Cygnus, you're on Twatter with me, and let's see, Cope is also. I mean, Berkey is. I mean, there's a few people that I know from a specific group of debunkers on Twatter that have found their way over to my channel here and hang out and stuff like that. So I usually call them out. They're a fun group of people, but there's so much bullshit you can't keep track of it all. And the great thing about it is that, like, you see some of the other trees that you don't necessarily see the outliers for the florist, but you also see other debunkers that you end up following because they have an expertise that you don't have. And you're like, holy shit, this is perfect. So if you aim to harp at Idaho during popcorn, you can ruin some farmer's day. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and CSA, you're not right. The Demon Haunted World is 30 years old. He was talking about this. And it's like premonition time. I mean, but if you think about 30 years old, 30 years ago, we were still dealing with the same problem. Yeah, it was written in the 90s, I believe. And we're still having the same problem then. It's now compounded now. Try Mobilism. They have all ebooks. I don't know if this has an ebook or not. Yeah, weird phone number. Yeah. Extra digits. Just because. Yeah, so Illusion, so Battle of the Beams was 30 megahertz, 30 and 31.5. So it's VHF, so therefore they say it's line of sight, and they claim optical line of sight. However, we have testing done by the Luftwaffe that shows that it not only goes past the optical horizon, it goes past it starts diverging at the radio horizon, and then there's this nice curve upwards. So it's not a cut line. It has a nice curve upwards that you can see where it's propagating and going over diffraction. And and then it goes to a steep line that, that cuts off. But the fact that it's distance and altitude relation and there's a correlation between the two falls on deaf ears. Because if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't have to do any of that stupid shit. Speaking of the devil, there's Berkey, one of my twatter friends. So the signal processing one, the signal analysis. There's also another signal processing one. There's just a few books I'm just going to have to break down and buy because I can't find them online. And to be honest, it's one of those things that I like to reference. I'm going to get the ARRL books that go over everything from, it's your basically radio handbook is what it is as a civilian. And it goes everything into antenna theories and amplifiers and receivers and all this other stuff too. So you learn about it from basically day to day. That one's only $65 and it basically covers like everything. It's like a book set. It's an amazing book, and I just haven't got around to getting it yet. Like, and there's another one for electronic warfare that I would love to read because it's interesting. Because like Battle of the Beams, not only was it a radio navigation and a great example of ingenuity, but at the same time, and also hubris and ignorance, but it was also the first example of electronic warfare, of trying to jam the signals, trying to spoof the signals. So it laid the groundwork for basically modern warfare going forward. And it started 80 years ago. Illusion, you have nothing to apologize for. I do all sorts of stupid shit. I found where it should be, but it got removed, damn it. Yeah. I think that was the same one I found too. Yep. Yeah, because I use the Internet Archive for a lot of the different books I want to go. If I'm just trying to take like quick screenshots, stuff like that. Like I did that for Battle of the Beams and stuff like that, just to make my life easier. But I also have the books because it was an enjoyable read because R.V. Jones told a wonderful story and it was a great thing to learn about. Like I could apply my knowledge from the 90s and onwards to something that was done in the 40s, 50 years prior to. Flirt watching drives everyone mad in the end. Yeah, that's true. Where can I learn about physics that doesn't cost hundreds of dollars a year? Community college. And to be perfectly honest with you, when it came to physics, I actually learned quite a bit from some science communicators. I can send you a couple links. Professor Dave has one. Dr. Blitz is going to start doing some long form videos. I would recommend going to his channel if you're not already subscribed. There was one that I really liked. I can't remember who it was now. And I would just go through my subscriptions and find it. But my daughter has hijacked my algorithm because she watches, I have it on the TV so we can watch streams, or I can watch streams. Now she watches streams and she subscribes to all sorts of like weird gaming channels and dancing channels and anime channels, and it's a shit show. So like my algorithm is like Simon Dan, late night TV comedy, and Minecraft. So go fucking figure. Everything wrong with the world be the CIA's fault. No lie. And actually, Proby, you're wrong, though. Actually, you're wrong. It's not the CIA. It's NASA. because all the world's intelligence agencies are run by NASA. Flathead Dave told me so. In fact, it's in a video. I'd love to. You got to go find that. I got to clip that one. Nothing beats the for me anyway is a radar horizon to the sun, because that's just fucking God. That's so stupid. But no, and illusions are wrong. Books, physical books are still the best because you can get them used, especially at like some college bookstores, and get ones that have like a lab component to them, or do some research where if you're learning about like laws of motion or like the conservation of motion or something like that, you can find something on YouTube or you can find something on the internet that helps. Because I'm a visual learner. I can remember almost anything I read, but for me to enjoy it, I need to play with it. I need to take it apart. I'm an engineer. I need to do something with it. So for me, applying it is always the biggest thing. And that's my biggest thing with all these conspirators that we deal with is no one ever applies anything. They have these grand ideas about they're debunking relativity. They're doing this. Great. Show your fucking work. Apply it. Don't just say it doesn't work because personal incredulity or whatever. Show it how you think it works. Apply what you think. Fix what's wrong and then apply it so we can test it. That's what we do. That's what science does. We can absolutely be wrong. We can have something that is tested and believe it to be true, and all of a sudden, to quote back to the old video, a paradigm shift happens where things are turned upside down. Einstein doesn't really drop kick Newton because he just kind of enhances Newton. But like Werner comes in and drop kicks the continental drift theory because we found tectonic plates. Susselman figured out that, doctors were killing patients because they weren't washing their hands. Mortality rate went from 18% to 2%. No doctor wanted to believe that they were killing their patients. But when you have empirical evidence, that's what it is. But there's times where they are wrong and they modify it and adjust it and something else makes more sense. And we're not afraid to say, I don't know. Even better. I love those words. I don't know. There's a lot I don't know. A lot I'm willing to learn. But have you ever heard a flat earther say, I don't know? I've heard him say, we can't know, which is a cop-out. Cubby bought 20 books. Jesus. Already read 5 of them. There you go, Cup. We need to protect the Internet Archive. Absolutely. Has anyone come up with a reliable, long-term digital storage method? As far as I was concerned, DVDs were still the best. Shit. Floppies were great, but the problem is it's still magnetic. It's still writing on it. You still got to have players to play it. So, unfortunately, there's some problems with it. Although I did see an article, I think it was early this year or late last year, that they found a way to actually add, 20? I think it was 20 times more information on Blu-ray by changing how they wrote the information. Planet Peterson is great. Yeah, I like Planet Peterson. I love when he says, chat, it doesn't know this, and he calls them pumpkin. To me, that's fucking hilarious. I enjoy that. Careful with using hijack these days. People might be called, National Guard might be called. Yeah. Maybe. YouTube is my digital storage as of right now. As long as they have servers, I'm good. Lewin's MIT and Susskind's Stanford lectures were good. Feynman lectures were even good. But obviously, I mean, Feynman was a great communicator and he was a great teacher, but look, I'm way out of my league on some of those by far. But, that's when I just go to somebody who took the class, has the notes, understands it better than I do to explain it better so I can understand it better. Again, it's okay to ask for help. Books don't require Service Pack 3 to update to work. Not lying. Yeah, our books still work. Yeah, that's true when the power goes out. Yeah, no math help. Brian! Yeah, paper cuts suck. I'm not going to lie there. I got many of those. Yeah, and that's the other thing. We don't know what this is. We don't know what that is. That is such absolute horseshit because it's like we're not making any claims. We don't want to make any claims. We don't have to say what it is. We just know what it's not. Like the one that I can't wrap my head around, and maybe you guys can help me with this, is the idea that I don't know what shape the earth is, but it's not a globe. Okay. Now, someone might quote a Bible verse. Someone might say, well, we falsified the radius, doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that, whatever. Okay, well, show me your work because I don't think you falsified shit. And at the same time, what is it then? If you don't know, you should be trying to find out. Despite being a mechanical designer, I'm not very mechanically inclined. Big archives are still stored on tape. Yeah, actually, yeah. I have an IBM campus not far from me, and they have, I shit you not, they have a museum where the IT department is. They have like museum cases where they have 5.25-inch floppies, 3.5-inch floppies, tape drives, wheels of magnetic tape. They have a cradle modem. They have like they even have punch tape, like the punch cards. I don't know if anybody in here is old enough to remember those. Some of you might be, but like there was information that was on punch cards. Exactly, Bruce. I don't know how far the sun is, but I know it's not 93 million miles away. Well, I know how far it is because I read a paper of somebody who's not affiliated with NASA go out of their way to use radar to test the shape of the or test the speed. And I was able to confirm their findings by looking at their methodology, looking at how they did things, looking at how things were set up, because there was a lot of documentation. Do I have to do it myself? No. I could read theirs, realize that I could probably do it the same way. And if no one else has come up with anything that says it's counterproductive to that, and it says, no, you're wrong, it's been peer reviewed multiple times. What does it matter? It has to be a shape and flat isn't one of them. Scientists call, we don't know job security. Abso-fucking-lutely right. The purpose of propaganda is not to make you believe something, it's to make you believe nothing. Then you will do nothing. You're not wrong on that one either. That's a good quote. What's the bet Max yelled Ryan when he heard that? Yeah, solution. Yeah, we need to learn the way it works best for each individual. What works for one doesn't always work for another. After all, a teacher's actual job is to teach the people how to teach themselves. And that's the problem with the conspirators. They never learn how to teach themselves. They take a middle school idea of what the scientific method is and try to apply it. They take a limited understanding of what science is or what they don't like about science and apply it, apply it. They have this unfathomable idea that perfection is required for science. It can never be wrong. If it is, they're lying. Like everything defaults to it's a lie. Everything defaults to they're making it up. Like all science apparently stopped in the 1800s unless it's a NASA document that says a flat non-rotating Earth as part of a group of assumptions for math equations. The same page that says a rigid airframe of constant mass. Like, show me one of those. Like, if you're going to use this, show me an example of that, please. Show me that first, and then we can talk about the rest. If you're going to quote this, finish the sentence. Then show me what that is. I can picture a flat non-rotating plane. I cannot picture a rigid aircraft of constant mass. Show me that, please. Then we can talk about the rest of the documentation and why it says assumptions and why the math is easier and why you can do it on a piece of paper on your knee as opposed to getting out a fucking scientific calculator. Dot matrix printers. Yeah. Color, we had dot matrix printers in the, we had teletype printers, which is even worse. Oh, I haven't played Cuppy's new song. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Lindsay. Let's bring this over. So this is something I said, right, Cuppy? This is what you said? I don't understand why they say the ERT. All right, let's hear what this has to say. Hold up 1 second. Wait, let me just catch up on something real quick. Storage move over time, redundancy is how it's really done. Yeah, you just move it up. Before my time. Fuck you, Cygnus. The glass cabinet with the first computer that ran our chemical processes from the late 70s on display. Jesus. That sounds like a fun thing. I've seen the old IBM mainframes, like the whole rack mount. That's like 3 racks wide. And they had those 70s brown, like, covers over them. Yes, everybody should have a wrench in here. So if you guys have a link, you guys can post it. By all means, don't wait for me to play it or anything like that. I forget that if he doesn't play close to the end, I'll post the link. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I'm going to play it here in a second. I'm stuck on the George Washington Bridge for an hour. Shady, what are you doing on the George Washington Bridge for an hour? I asked how far it is if it's not 93 million. I never got an answer. And you won't get one. Michaela, temporary fail on the book. Sorry. Hey, if you find it, you would be my favorite person in the whole wide world. And you would save me $187. But if you're not able to find it, don't worry about it. Because this is stuff that I would love to have as a reference book for later in life. And who knows? It becomes a collector's item. They don't know where to get healthy information or how to fact check the information to obtain. They're incapable of asking for help to understand. So sad. I'm going to come back to that because there's a story I want to tell you real quick. I've told it before, but I want to tell it again. I heard Godzilla's headed for the bridge. Run! Run, Shady, run! Yeah, probably. That's a little weird. Oh, Michaela. Oh, Michaela. My ex had a 3.5-inch floppy. Unfortunately, it didn't get bigger ever. Rob, I don't understand what. Oh, have you ever? Okay, I see you rewrote it. Thank you. Have you ever seen teletype punch tape that wasn't paper but metallic tape? No. All the ones I saw were paper because even in the crypto world, we use paper punch tape. Is there a game going on tonight? Yeah, Carol, feeling special. I agree to a certain extent. Bruce, I think you can't group everybody together. I think part of the problem is when you have these conspirators is going to be some want to feel special, some want a community, some aren't educated. I think that there's some are based in trauma, and this is kind of story I want to get into after this song. So let me mark where we are right here, and let me play the song real quick. I need to mark this so I know where to pick up again.
I don't understand why they say the earth is round. I don't understand why the moon is out during the day. I don't understand why seasons occur. I don't understand this and a whole lot more. But the one thing I do understand is this radio waves are delivered by birds. That's why there is so many in the sky. We all know they are fake, and I sure do hate all the fake noises they do make. But at least I get my music the old-fashioned way. The radio waves are delivered by birds. They bring by each lyric, they bring by each note. And if they forget something, I'll ring their little fake throats. The songs sometimes skip, so with a stone they'll get hit. But at least another note they'll bring. But the one thing I do understand is this radio waves are delivered by birds. That's why there is so many in the sky. We all know they are fake, and I sure do hate all the fake noises they do make. But at least I get my music the old-fashioned way. The radio waves are delivered by birds. My friends, they all laugh, the jokes they all crack. They sure do deny the truth that I know. Each sing-songy word is a hidden code. The rest of the public is deceived. I don't know why people don't know what I know. But the one thing I do understand is this radio waves are delivered by birds. That's why there is so many in the sky. We all know they are fake, and I sure do hate all the fake noises they do make. But at least I get my music the old-fashioned way. The radio waves are delivered by birds.
Oh, Cuppy, I love it. I love that one. I'm going to put that one in my favorites. That is great. Oh, that is funny. Upper level GWB isn't moving. Well, that's about normal for a Friday. It's Friday night at midnight. There should be moving, unless are they doing like construction or something? Close out a couple of stupid ass lanes. Just my luck. Traffic now Godzilla. Yeah, construction or something. Yeah, probably. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about now, Fowler. I haven't used those, but you're right. Because the paper tapes would obviously as you're putting them through and it's reading them and stuff like that. So things get frayed and you have to get new punch tapes and everything else. So I know what you're talking about. That makes sense. Yeah, Proby's not wrong. I mean, think about it, Shady. If you got Godzilla, at least you got some entertainment. Oh, Otani had 3 home runs. Oh, well, shit. Yeah, Cuppy, that was fun. That was funny stuff. And here's the funny thing, like I say shit and I don't remember what I say, and you guys catch it. I mean, this is like Michaela, put the link to the Cocaine Fueled Norwal song. Because I don't remember where that one is. And like that is like you guys will hear something in a video, hear me say something, and I'm just talking on my ass, just trying to be like absurd because a lot of this shit's stupid and absurd. And you guys will catch on to something, latch onto something, and next thing you know, I get a Suno song delivered to my mailbox, or a video, or a merch idea, and it's like, oh Jesus! Like I don't remember saying that. What was I thinking? Like, how much rum did I have that night? Yeah, Proby, that was AI generated from Suno. Oh, what? You guys had a Wang? Jesus. Dougal, how old are you? Yeah, debugging must have been a fucker, though. 62. Okay, so you're 12 years older than me, because, like, when I was in middle school is when the Apple IIe came out, and that's when we first had, like, computer classes, and at the time, I was building computers with my dad, you know, way back when, like, 286 computers with, like, you know, RAM measured in K, um, um, you know, hard drives measured in megs. So, like, I was already kind of ahead of the class when it started, and I also got in trouble in that class because I was ahead of the class. So that's where I started learning hacking skills and why people don't use really good passwords for important things. You'd be surprised what you can get access to when networks first came out, and they didn't divide the networks between the students and the administration. I'm not saying I did anything bad. I'm just saying that there was possibly a exploit there that could have been taken advantage of. Can we send some fluids to the Foundry by Harold and I? Yes, I will play that one in a second. Because how long is that one, Monkey? Is that a few minutes? Because I need to go make another drink. But no, so Dougal, I do remember the Wangs. I do remember like the Commodore 64s. I do remember like, you know, like starting out on something that was like that before I jumped into computers. So I was like on the Commodore 64 at like, I don't know, 8. I built my first 286 computer at like 9 or 10. And from there I learned, you know, DOS and Novell and a few other languages that are no longer used anymore. Yeah, computer was no touchy, and at home we had an Apple II. See, I had nothing at home. The only time I could have a computer was in school. So, like during lunch, I would go into the computer lab. I would stay after and go to the computer lab. I would do whatever I possibly could to spend more time on the computer because I had fun with it. Like, yeah, everyone's playing Oregon Trail. Great. I did that the first day and beat it. Now I wanted to see what else I could do. Like, I wanted to tear it all apart and put it all back together. People don't like when you do that at a public school, by the way. We just punch cards and send them off. Yeah, like the punching of the cards to me was just such a very cool. Like when you look at the history of it, and like, and I think there's probably videos on YouTube of like, hold on, let's see if we can find. I can't even spell YouTube tonight. This is turning into a great night. Okay. Oh, you know who has a video and it shows up as a first one? Coding with D. If you guys want to see, if you guys want another channel to go to, I highly recommend Coding with D. I think she is the one hold on, let me check. I think she's the one who did a video that I could not believe. Like I'm was watching it. So she did one on beating Enigma. Did she do the one that was about the code for Apollo? I don't know if she did or not. Yes, she did. So she did one. It's a 19-minute video, and she goes over the code that sent Apollo 11 to the moon. And I was blown away by this video. But she has a video real quick about an 18-minute post, like, how did this work? And it talks about computers were programmed by punching holes in paper, seriously. And then here's actually a quick short. We'll just use this one here. There you go. And that is how you program computers. You would just file that in through a reader, and it would take all those, and that would be put in the commands. Now, on top of that, there was, for my time in the Navy, we had this device called a Yuck 20, which was our computer. I had to use hexadecimal buttons that lit up to punch in what my coding was and what my commands were to like load from magnetic tape, to reboot software, to do things like that. You had to use hex on a string of lights that were buttons that lit up as you did it. It's just a couple of minutes. All right, so probably fast enough for me to get something to drink at least. Do you need to redo Oregon Trail for Xbox? 2K external RAM. Holy shit. Wow, Tori know what Novell was. Knew what Novell was. That's hilarious. I'm sure if I looked at it again, I could probably reteach myself, but no one uses that shit anymore, I don't think. We've come so incredibly far in a very techie way, and then there's first. Yeah, I know. Talking about the most frustrating thing in the fucking world. We never did the punch cards, but we had a person who hid games on the lab computers. So part of our things, CSA, was actually, we had to learn BASIC. We had to actually write a program based on BASIC. Like, we had to write like a trivia game. And like, or after after first week, I was like, I'm done. Can I go work on something else? And next thing you know, I'm starting to take apart BASIC, and I'm starting to take apart like networking protocols and, TCP IP and all this other stuff. And I was like, oh, well, this is all fun stuff. I like this better. I don't like coding now. I still don't like coding now. I use Python, and I would rather edit videos than code in Python. What does that tell you? But now I can cheat, because now I can use Claude and hope it works. Nah, Proby, I think your grandpa here. See, Queen, that's what I'm talking about. You can IP spoof and IP tunnel. You learn those little tricks and everything else, and all of a sudden, those roadblocks they put up in the way go away real quick. That's what I want to learn. I was always like, all right, here, what's the problem? I can't get on the interwebs. How do I get on the interwebs? I got to solve this problem. Okay, great. Let's solve that problem. Then there was another problem. Solve that problem. Next thing you know, Bootstrap. Holy shit. Sorry, Proby. Sorry. Still love basic. Seeing QB64. No, I don't think I have. All right, let's put up Harold. And you know what? And I will play the Norwal song.
And you run it inside the computer, and then you can take like a piece of copper wire, and then you can charge it, and then you can put it on whichever part of your body is ailing. You're gonna start to feel like shit because it's killing all this stuff in you, right? And then as this stuff dies, it starts like shitting inside of you. It's strange, but apparently it works really well.
Hey, I'll spit or something and send it to you.
Yeah.
Send your fluids to the foundry, this Vlad's big clan. Claims a spooky little box, got a miracle plan. No doctor, no science, just wise and sound. Better keep your samples safe, so they send them to the foundry. Foundry. Send them to the foundry. Vlad in the chat, dropping truth so loud. Flat earth theories trying to hype up the crowd. Got a gadget with the name, says it heals on cue. But the only thing it's curing is his broke bank too. Send your fluids to the foundry, the Vlad's big clan. Claims a spooky little box, got a miracle plan. No doctor, no science, just wise and sound. Better keep your samples safe, send them to the foundry. Talking energy waves and frequency cures, but it's just pseudoscience with a sales pitch allure. NASA's fake, but his toy's legit. Nah, Vlad's whole routine is a carnival skit. Mail me your saliva, I'll heal you from afar. I'm a wizard with tech, better than a doctor's chart. But truth don't bend to his fantasy spell. It's a con game, dressed up with a spooky name to sell. Send your fluids to the foundry, the Vlad's big clan. Claims a spooky little box, got a miracle plan. No doctor, no science, just wires and sound. Better keep your samples safe, send them to the foundry. So laugh when he preaches that the globe ain't real, and his foundry cures all the secrets they conceal. It's a joke, it's a hustle, the truth's been found. Earth is round, Vlad's just clowning around. Foundry. Foundry. Foundry.
Yeah, that was the RG. I want to make I want to make clothes with copper wires in them or whatever. Yeah, AI is it's going to be the death of us. It's a modern incarnation of Quick Basic. Oh shit. Okay. Wasn't Novell Network still all about IPX and stuff? Yeah, I believe so. My first coding aside from Wang was basic on the VIC-20. Jesus Christ. Dougal, I think you and I are the same age group here. Yeah, I'll open up Discord, I think, in a minute. We got an Amiga video toaster. For media studies questions, here's a clip of a doctor who themes that I did it on. Let's see what that's about. Stop. Oh, Doctor Who intro with a video toaster. What? All right, I'm going to have to watch that here in a minute. Hold on, we'll bring that up. Spooked by Reds. Let's see. Yeah, Harold, thanks for putting that together. block streams, real video back then. Still, we wanted to see the national broadcaster streaming an Olympic boxing match of a Dutch bloke tunneled in through the mail server. Yep. Merry Christmas. Oh shit, ebook for $25? Oh, Michaela, you're coming in clutch. Can we trust a website called ebook ball? All right, so I'm going to put up the I need to get a refill. And I'm thirsty. I'm going to put up the Suno song from Michaela, because if you watched the the Catharsis 2 Whole Speed, the Antarctic Drift video, then there's an analogy I put in there about water skiing behind a cocaine-fueled narwhal. And this, in 10 minutes, like, we premiered the video. It was a 20-minute long video. Before the video ended, Michaela had a song for it already. It was terrible. I've trusted worse. Okay. All right. Let me play this real quick, and I'm going to get up and transition this. I'm going to get up and go get something to drink. It's more rum time. The bar is not closing. Who's buying this round? That's all I got to say. Oh, so the video toaster was cool back then. You could take videotapes and process them in the computer and then back to VHS. This was, of course, nice. Oh, no shit. Okay, I'm going to look at that one next. Let's play this real quick.
Nose like a spear, eyes full of vengeance and powdered veneer. 1,000 miles an hour, crashing through the foam with DP in tow, far away from home.
He ain't no unicorn, he's horned and unchained, fueled by white lightning and unresolved pain.
Cocaine narwhal, blasting through the tide like a demon from hell, dragging DP, screaming, flailing through the Arctic swell. Penguins on with fish hooks, spears, and murder in their eyes. But he won't die, he'll ride or fry on the cocaine all high.
The penguins circle, black and white death, marching in silence, cold-blooded breath.
They want DP's head, they want the horn too, but the narrow's got beef and something to prove. Blood on the snow, flippers in fear, DP yells, why am I here? Narwhal snorts with a violent twitch, says you're my witness, you little bitch. Cocaine narwhal, crashing through ice with the turbo scream, dragging DP like a sack of shame. pierces a penguin, launches it far, yells, I'm the needle and you're the scar. Snowflakes fall, blood runs hot, hatred burns. This is all I've got. Cocaine narwhal, not just a beast, he's a legend unbound. Dragging DP through chaos, carnage, and battlegrounds. Take Wednesday, but more arise with rocket sleds and warlike cries. Yet still he flies, DP just cries. On the cocaine narwhal, fueled on hate and blow.
I was trying to find the image that I put in the video. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have the timestamp for it. Did I put it in the video or did I cut it? I don't recall. All right, I'll look for it later. But yeah, there was an image in there originally that I was looking for, and all right. So let's see. Let's not get distracted. So leave the radar handbook. Like I said, coding with D and the code that sent Apollo to the moon is an awesome video. If you're into coding, Arnold. All right, here we go. The first 7 Doctor Who intro done in 1994 with a video toaster. Wow, how much has things changed? Look, there were some great drugs in the 70s, apparently. That's all I got to say. That is really cool. Good old cheaper net, yeah. Way back in the day. My video is rough because it was on video for 20 plus years until I converted to digital. Yeah, that is. I got slides and negatives that I need to send off to get scanned. I just don't know if I'm gonna get them back. I have to upgrade this to 5. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Lindsay, you're right. Because everyone asked, because it was just like it was an AI generated just cartoon, like a single picture, and it was a narwhal with bloodshot eyes. I gotta find it. And like an Eskimo in a parka water skiing behind him. And the funny thing about that is that the first question out of everyone's mouth while it was premiering was, "Hey, is that DP?" I'm like, "Well, of course it is." And next thing you know, there's a videos trying to be made of DP as the green koala water skiing behind a cocaine fueled Norwal. And we actually made a shirt out of that too, actually, come to think about it. Joe Black should be getting his shirt soon. Let me see something here. Yeah, here it is. uh yeah, that was funny shit. When I can't sleep, I just make songs. Yeah, Monkey, I mean, might as well if you're up, right? I read recently AI had already exhausted the training material on some subject and is now relying on AI generated info. Yeah, I mean, I love it when like one things I use AI for is to quickly find sources of material. Like I know what I need for material. I know what I'm looking for. And of course, it will help me find images of stuff that I'm looking for online of like, showing radio waves doing something or something like that. That's very niche and I can't find it more often than not. So, one of the things that I use it for is sources. Like find me the sources for refraction in shortwave, frequencies, starting, like what was the first paper that discussed frequency refraction for UHF frequencies? And it was Eckersley. And it was like, all right, what was all the studies done by Eckersley for refraction, and give me the links to them. And it finds them for me so I can go download the PDF. It makes it easy. Half the time they're wrong, but I'm not quoting them, so it's not a big deal. So I'm like, that doesn't work. Find me another one. It makes it easier than me trying to like cycle through all the different ones. Like, oh, it's behind a paywall. Oh, it's behind this. It's behind that, and end up in some real sketchy sites sometimes. So I'll use it for that, but I already know what I'm looking for. So I'm not necessarily concerned of whether or not it's right because it's going to show up on the screen. I click the link. I'm like, oh, that's not what I'm looking for, or that is what I'm looking for. But like the flirts and stuff like that who rely on AI for everything, it's just like, oh my God, you guys are just ridiculous. Like it says at the bottom, AI can be wrong. One of the reasons I built my current computer was to digitize some old tapes. Yeah, I mean, I built this computer this year, and I just need to get a scanner for them. I just, a few $100 I could spend on something else is more important than me finally getting to that. But it's something I need to do. Like, I need to get a flatbed scanner to scan some of the pictures that I don't have negatives to from my time in the military. And then I need to get some one that does slides and negatives so I can scan those in. I'd love to share some of the pictures with you guys. Like, show you guys a picture of a, TU-95 bear taken from the tarps module on an F-14. I so wanted a narwhal horn for acoustic guitar saddles for the longest time. Cygnus, you're a monster. What was you? What were you asking, Tori? I'm sorry, I got lost somewhere my way. Yeah, Joe did that one really, really quick, and he's actually the only one who ordered it. I probably should order one of those. I should probably order one of everything at this point. My favorite song mash is "Creep" with Mariah Carey. So I have a couple more ideas of a couple other ones on these that I'm looking at getting done. By the way, if there's one that you guys see and I don't have the right color for or something like that, just hit me up and I'll make it for you. It's not a big deal. I just use colors that I think would look good based on the color of like these diagrams. And I don't know, I'm just not like a full color guy. This is still one of my favorite ones, a conspiracy trap. Dunning-Kruger, I think, is still my favorite one. But the redacted one is Olivia's favorite one. Go figure. Oh, it was you that was asking if it was DP behind the Norwell. Okay, yeah, I remember now. I found a View online version. Oh, hold up. Go to site. Come on. No way. No way. Really? Ah, you. How much is it? How much is access? Come on. I don't want a demo. I just want books. Fuck it. Damn it, I got all excited. That's all right. At least I know it's on. It's over there somewhere. Oh, look, they have Over the Horizon radar too. Shit. I want that one too. This is what I was talking about, the signal processing. Yeah, I mean, if it comes down to it, I'm just going to break down and get the ebook for $25 and I'll do it on my laptop. What year was this one? 2008. Oh wow, that's a newer one. Yeah, like so when we talk about like the ages and stuff like that is hold on, let me transition this real quick and let me pull something up. Go into my secret super secret email where I store everything. Yeah, so one of the things that they were talking about is like, you know, since obviously flirts don't believe in networks or in satellites, is how can different sites be networked together, blah, 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 right? How can they share information? They think one boat sitting by itself can see a service contact 100 miles away. No, you can't. You can see it maybe 30 miles away, maybe 20 miles away, but you're not going to see it 100, 200 miles away. Well, how does that happen? Well, it's because they're networked together. And when they're networked together, through this cool thing that the Navy started in the 1970s called cooperative engagement capability. It's from John Hopkins. And it talks about how they're interconnected through satellites and radio and stuff like that. And it amazes me that they have a problem with one ship who has a line of sight can tell another ship that doesn't have a line of sight what the coordinates are to a target and can launch a missile. Because it's the same pretense as a battleship where the fire control room radios up to the turret this, you know, the settings to set the turret whatsoever for the firing solution. How is that any different than a radio to another radio to, you know, a radio connection or a satellite connection to another ship doing the exact same thing? Doesn't make sense. I'll check Pirate Bay, but this is like a very niche book. You know, Cygnus, you could take a reindeer antler or a deer antler and you could just tell everybody it's Norwell. No one will know. Just sign it. Trust me, bro. You'll be good. Oh, what's that, Cygnus? What is that? Cygnus is the legend. Oh. All right, Sig. You literally just saved me over $100. I want you to go to the store and pick something out. Email me your or Discord me your address or whatever, and I will buy you something from my store, DP store, Mike's store, whatever you want, as a thank you, because you just saved me a shit ton of money from having to do that. I think one of the mashups I liked best, since we're talking about this real quick, was a 9 Inch Nails and Prodigy mashup. No, Cygnus, I appreciate that, man. I mean, seriously, pick something out and you just saved me a bunch of dollar bills. What was I just going to do? I had something else I wanted to do real quick. I got too many windows open. All right. So I'm going to open up Discord for a few minutes. If anyone wants to jump in there, it's in the Unfornicated Discord. Just go to party time or something like that, and we'll do that. I just did. It's already downloaded. I already saved it. That's the first thing I did once I verified all 1,300 pages were there. And then does it? I mean, let's hold on. Let's do this. Because I'm. Let's do this. All right, you guys got to come in and put in a vote. There you guys go. You guys got a couple more minutes there. We'll put that vote up. Well, hold on. I mean, let me just pull it up real quick, and I'll tell you how good it is. It looked pretty good from the first couple scrolls here. Uh, where did I? Oh, there it is. Okay, let's move that to the desktop so I don't lose that shit. Holy shit! I had 12 tabs open on my PDF reader because I was going through my corrections of my harp script. Dude, this is straight legit. I mean, Cygnus, this is like straight. This is legit. Like, they even have space-based radars. They have meteorological radar over the horizon, ground penetrating. Where's the one I wanted? Not ground echo. It was chapter 8, chapter 9. This is very important. Phased array. That's basically what Aegis runs on. Transmitter, tracking radar. Let's see, scanning, low beam, target acquisition. That's important. Target cause errors. That's important because they love to say, "Oh, it's errors." Yeah, okay, who cares? We account for this. This is a big part of Aegis 2, automatic detection and tracking. Like, you put Aegis in auto mode and you can literally, like, everyone else can die on the boat. As long as it's floating, it'll still launch tomahawks, harpoons, or whatever else it has left. Holy shit. They also got it for aircraft, pulse Doppler. Oh my God. I'm going to go blind reading all this stuff now. This is perfect, dude. Oh, God damn it. I just closed the wrong window. Docs. Chat. I had too many windows up. And I closed my chat. Sorry, I should be talking more. I'm just chatting. All right. We have open Discord or more chat hangout is the two leading and they're tied. Oh, it probably could, but it's 1,300 pages, Calder. I don't necessarily need to listen to that. Yeah, Cygnus, let me see that DLR, Jesus Christ. It's just an FTP site, right? Yeah. I wonder, can I backtrack through it? Let's see what else they got. No. Hey, hello. Ah, fuck. Look at this. Look at all the fun stuff we have. Yeah, Queen, don't get me started on those two fucking chuckle fucks. I wonder if that's the neats module. Propagation. Hey, look at this chapter name. Hold on. Let's look at this chapter. What does that say? uh, that's... I'm downloading this one too. I'm going to just be cruising through here. Oh, this one's cool. Engineering, mathematics, and ship design. Hey, hull speed, displacement holes. Yeah, I'm gonna be all right. I know what I'm gonna be doing for the next I don't know how long. Principles of Modern Radar. Principles of Modern Radar, Volume 2, Volume 3. Do they have any RF stuff? I don't know if I want to click this one. Yeah, especially if you knew how to, especially if you knew how to screw with the links. Hey, who wants a sales brochure for the F-35 Lightning? Yeah, I'm going to be on here for a while. I'm not going to let you guys. I'm not going to bore you guys with watching me download a bunch of shit. I'll save that for tomorrow. All right, we're doing more chat hangout. All right, I'll end the poll. And with 18 votes, just only 20 of you guys watching. So, oh, amphibious warfare ones. Oh, I didn't see that one. Hold on. Now I'm gonna have to go look again. Global defense procurement, hybrid ship hulls engineering design. Ooh, holy! Oh God. Okay. We're going to talk a little bit about Navy time. How's that? When I was in the Navy, this was the Bible for the photo intelligence guys. Holy shit. How big is this one? I should have probably checked how big it was. Have you guys heard of the Jane's Manual? while we're waiting for that. Oh God, the water bears. Oh, it's Astro Alexa. I love her. Sorry, Alexandra. I was trying to get Joe set up with her. Yeah, they dehydrate themselves. They're absolutely the coolest things in the world. Holy redacted. What was redacted? Did you find one redacted? Oh, yeah. So the Jane's manual came out every few years. They had a field one which had like artillery and land-based vehicles. They had one for ships, and they had one for planes. So this is from 2004, 2005. Oh, I know why it took so long, because it's all pictures. So what you would do is blah, blah, blah. You would go looking for the aircraft that you're looking for based on like a silhouette or things like this. So this basically gave you every like unclassified detail for an airframe. So if you were like, near Iran, and you knew they ran Bell helicopters, you could be like, all right, let me see this. And like, you try to match up the picture with what this said. And from this, you would say, okay, this is what it is. This is what it does. This is what it, its variations. Here's what its capabilities are. This was like the open source intelligence Bible. Uh-oh. So this is the Jane's manual was literally for like helping to identify stuff. I'm trying to figure out what Michaela. Michaela, it's not that I don't trust you to do this. The problem is I trust you to do this. Fundamentals of aircraft and rocket propulsion. That's what Michaela's downloading. So yeah, you would use this for like helping identify stuff and things like. Let me go back and let me see. Yeah, this is a little faster now. Yes, illusion. If you look at the if you look at in the ship or in the video for USS Liberty, I talk about the silhouettes of each ship. So holy crap, I forgot how much bullshit is in the beginning. These things were so worn, it was ungodly. So like here's an Argentinian frigate. You could, you can compare this with a with photo imagery to figure out, what it is. You can be like, oh, no, it's not that one. It's not that one. Oh, look, it looks more like this. Okay, so it's, it's the Miko class or the Espora class. Hold up. Collins. Oh, it's by country. Let's go to R. Too far. Thailand. Sweden. Hey, there you go, Tori. You want to find out what's in your Navy? Sri Lanka, Spain. Come on. Singapore, Senegal. So yeah, you would literally use these to help you identify, ships and based on photo intelligence from planes, from satellites, from other ships, human sources. Yeah, so for USS Liberty, the difference in the ship, let's do this. Hold on. Uh-oh. I need someone to come fix my filing system on my computer. Meaning I don't have one. There you go. Illusion. These are the actual proportions of the ships and their silhouettes. This was actually not a common vessel. It was gray with big white numbers on it. That's a typical with a black shadow. It had like a drop shadow numbers. It's typical US painting. This was not painted the same way. This had a 3-inch gun on the front. This has got no guns on it. The only guns I had on it were 50 caliber machine guns. At 4 of them. This is almost twice the length of this. I need to spend time like creating stuff. Like here, let me show you guys something. Here's inside Dan's head when he does a video. I had every intention to, every time I make a video, I have an images folder, a video folder, a transitions folder, and then the main folder just have like the script and any notes, outlines, stuff like that. But here you have the video transitions, you have the pictures, you have images, you have everything all mixed up. I'm so fucked up. I got not one, but two catharsis videos, folders with different stuff in it. I only made one video. Oh, no, wait. I did the short. Like, I'll put the thumbnail in here. That was the old thumbnail. I ended up going with. What was the thumbnail for this? I think it was Frost and Furious, right? Antarctic Drift. I make it sound like I have so many videos I can't remember. Yeah, so I went with this. No, I don't want the playlist. God, I hate listening to myself talk. Yeah, I went with this thumbnail instead. But yeah, like I'll put the thumbnail ideas in there. I'll put different ideas I have. I kind of put all my information into it, and then I try to turn around. Like I was trying to create for Catharsis was about displacement holes and hole speed and how big of a ship Catharsis would have to be to average the speed necessary to do a flat Earth. And like this is one of the comparisons. Like here's the boat here. This is a comparison to the Cuddy Sark and the USS Freedom. So there's no way this boat was ever going to go as fast as this boat. And this boat can only go this fast because its hull is shaped differently and because it has gas turbines. It's not really organized. It's shit. It gets worse. I'm showing you the ones that I've already done, so I've kind of compiled them. Like Up here, I have 15 things on my desktop over here on this screen. That's harp related. I have 2 harp folders. One harp folder has images and videos folders made within them that don't have any images or photos in or videos in them. I still have a bunch of shit in my downloads folder from when I was downloading from Canva, and I have shit all over my desktop and in another folder that isn't where it needs to be. So it's chaos when I do videos. It makes it fun. If you're not doing fun, then what are you doing? I am absolutely organized chaos. There's just no way around it. Oh, okay. Wait, what was this you were sending from the Netherlands? It was the F-806? Is that a frigate? Yeah, a frigate, the Trump class. Here's the funny thing. So it says the ship's radio call sign was Papa Alpha Echo Papa. I still remember the call sign for the USS Kitty Hawk 30 years ago. And it was NZFF, November, Zulu, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. Like, there's some things you just never forget. The bridge and radar dome of this ship are preserved at the Dutch. Hold on, I'm sorry, I meant to share this over here. Are preserved at the Dutch Navy Museum. So they kept the bridge and the radar dome, and that's it. That's funny. Hey, at least they kept something. Oh, we had a ship that was held up right with a balloon. Well, it looks like that anyway. It's the radar dome. Yeah, that is a pretty staunch radar dome. Oof. Okay, I don't think we need to get that close. Holy shit. All right, let's scroll out here a little bit. So you have a you have a 2-barrel Bofors right here. Let's see. You have looks like ASRock right here, which is your anti-submarine, maybe. Big ass balloon radar dome. You have a Sea-Wiz mount here, an 2x4 pack. I'm sorry, not Sea-Wiz, Sea Sparrow. You have a Sea-Wiz mount, it looks like back here for close-in weapon system. You have a helipad, but no real hangar, it looks like. Maybe a hangar, but I doubt it. So offensively, if I'm looking at this, I'm like, all right, well, that's not much damage that can do. It can do enough damage, but like for me, I'm not concerned about the Bofors because it's a dual-purpose gun. It's for anti-air and air to surface. Or did I lose some stuff here? Let's move this back up over here. Save this for later. Yeah, I mean, it's an odd looking ship, that's for sure. Was that based on another ship or is that homegrown? Yeah, it was. So did 28 knots. It was 400 feet long-ish. So it had okay. So it has a standard SAM. Standard SAM. What did that look like? Oh, that okay. So that's what was back there. Hold on. That's okay. So this back there is the CWIS. That's the standard SAM, surface air missile launcher. You had harpoons somewhere. 2x120 Bofors. Jesus. Triple anti-submarine torpedo tubes. The Goalkeeper short-range defense system. A Lynx helicopter. They did have a hangar. Oh, you did because you had the Lynx. Okay. Those are relatively compact. So yeah, this would be like our test when we're doing with these things. We'd be like, hey, like, here's a picture of a ship. Tell us what it is. I'm like, okay, now I got to look at this. It's like, all right, well, like, you start going through it and you're like, trying to find a nation's flag on it. You're trying to find a name. You're trying to find a number. You're basing it off how the numbers are painted. The color of the ship. You're gauging relative size. Like, I know that's a 120 Bofors, so I'm trying to gauge the size. I'm trying to gauge its capabilities by just looking from one picture to see how close you get to being right. Here's the top of the hangar. I didn't take that into consideration when I said it was just down here. So it's interesting. And this is what we do when we're bored and we have nothing else to do. This is what we do when we're bored. It's what we do when we're on deployment. Oh shit, my chat is broken up. Hold on a second. Rob fell asleep. I'm sorry I bored you, Rob. Have a rum. Saloon launcher, yeah. Yeah, so the Goalkeeper was the what do you call it? Your short, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so it was a form of CWIS. So that could have, okay, so that's similar to what the Navy, the U.S. Navy had. Similar style mount and a radar dome on the front. It's kind of like, turn it on and forget about it. But I'm guessing the CWIS would be down here. Would be closer off the back. That's the SAM. That's the anti-submarine one. Here's your Sea Sparrows. I'm guessing there's some other launch tubes maybe on the other side or something that I could look at. Yeah, I mean, this is training. No, it's not very quick for a frigate. I mean, I'm guessing it was diesel powered, if I had to guess. No, it was gas turbine. Okay. Well, its published speed is 28 knots. Let's leave it at that. So, Illusion, one thing I have a problem with is, especially on social media, is clickbait. And a couple people have sent me ones about Trump's going to send missiles into California. I'm gonna toe dip here a little bit in politics. He's gonna launch missiles into California as a show of force on No King's Day. It's actually a mock exercise for a beach landing for the Marines on Camp Pendleton. Camp Pendleton is a very huge base. And we do a lot of exercises there. Camp Pendleton is literally from here all the way down to here. Like this is all Camp Pendleton. This whole yellowish area is all Camp Pendleton. There's beaches where they do landing craft with hovercraft and everything else. They do everything. We do, we were doing, like bilateral, exercises with other countries and stuff like that. So it's not only the Navy and Marines working together, it's the Navy and Marines working with other countries that would come here. And they would do beach landings. They would do everything else. It's also where one of the boot camps used to be. And they used to have, they have a whole infantry range and things like that. And if you go out even further to the Channel Islands, San Clemente Island is nothing but a bombing run. So the fact that they're launching missiles out here and stuff like that, it's not a show of force if it's part of a 250th celebration of the Navy and a demonstration of what occurs for beach landings, stuff like that. It's a PR stunt, just like the Army parade in DC. It's a PR stunt, is what it is. Well, they use all of it, Michaela. They, you know, they use these more for aircraft because they're away from everything. Over here, they'll do beach landings. There's also infantry. So there's like javelin training is over here and stuff like that. So there's all sorts of hardware because this base is one of the largest bases in, well, not only California, but in the continental U.S. And if you go further, let's see, go out to you go out to 29 Palms. Here's the Marine Corps base, but they use all of this out here as their playground. They do OP4 tank exercises with other countries, within ourselves. We have an entire military force that is designed for OP4. They use certain adversary tactics. In the Cold War was Russian tactics. Now I don't know what they use, but I'm guessing it's, you know, during the Gulf War, they're using Iraqi tactics, which are based on Russian tactics. So they would have an operation force or OP4 that would be painted different colors, that would be using tactics and doctrine that is based off what we knew of our certain adversaries. And they would pit that against U.S. forces at exercises with laser targeting and things like that. So you have this huge base out here. It's a Marine base. You have this huge base down here. That's Camp Pendleton. And then you also have Fort Irwin, which is another here you guys go. Dun, 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 radio telescope out in the middle of the desert, middle of nowhere. But you have a bunch of people out here playing with Army, and it's an Army base. That's huge tanks and everything else. So, also out here, where is and here's where the Navy does a lot of their Top Gun stuff now. Caller, don't play color. Don't play color bingo with me, you shithead. Oh yeah, caller. Rolls-Royce makes plane engines. They make boat engines. They make props. They make jet engines. Well, and Robin, you also had the French destroyers, the Le Terrible, which did over 40 knots, if I remember correctly. When you talk about fast ships. The Le Fantastique class, they did they were designed for 37 knots. They ended up doing 45 knots actual speed, which with the size of the ship would not be possible without the fact that they had 4 fucking boilers on there for power, and or say 2 shafts, 2 steam turbines. It was way overbuilt. Lake looks suspicious. Which one? You're talking about the Salton Sea, which isn't really a lake? Actually, it is a lake. It's not one you want to swim in, though. Yeah, that was a World War II destroyer that just it could outrun some torpedoes. Let's put it that way. Sorry, my military history nerdness is coming out. My apologies. I mean, if you look like let's see. Like speed is usually like always says, you know, the publicly speed is 33 knots. Okay, well on our ship I saw us going above, well actually I wasn't on the Enterprise, I was on the Kitty Hawk, so hold on, let me make sure I'm speaking intelligently here. 33 knots. Well, I saw it go more than that. Not significantly more, but it goes faster than that. Yeah, 33. Go down where? You want me to go back to the terrible? By the way, here's an oiler in the middle, fueling up both of us at the same time. And this little white thing here, you see with the E in the shield, this is celebrating earning the Battle E, which is the Battle Efficiency Award. It goes based on your class of ship and stuff like that. These are people in their white uniforms. And this is an old-ass picture. And I can tell you it's an old-ass picture for 2 reasons. You see both of these 2 nipples at the front of the ship? That was for the old sling, the sling. It was the catapult system, the steam catapults that use the sling, which is like a rope around the back of the nose gear. One of these came off in the 80s, and then the other one came off in the 2000s, early 2000s. And I can also tell from the ships or from the planes that are on here that these are shit. These are A4 Skyhawks. These look to be A7s maybe. There's a Skyhawk right there. If you watch the original Top Gun, Skyhawk is what Jester and Joker fly. These are F4 Phantoms here. These are 87 Corsairs. As you can see, there's a big scoop underneath the nose. These got to be something else. I don't remember what these ones are because the engines are on the side. I'd have to look up what they are. So I can tell you that this is like, I don't know, probably from the 70s. If I had to guess. 64. Okay, I wasn't that far off. Oh, go down, go boom, boom. 12-piston, 6-cylinder, horizontally opposed diesel. Oh, the APCs? Yeah. Yes, I can post that. In a second. And here you go. So yeah, I mean, that's an A6 Intruder. This is an F4 Phantom. That, I don't know what the hell that is. I'd have to go look that one up. It's a single tail swept wing. Huh. Oh, that's fucking depressing. This, I guarantee, was taken shortly after deployment. Because you can see all the fucking rust on it. The ocean is not kind to metal. So you see here, there's no nipples on the front. And they went to Sydney, so that was after I was already out. So it had to be early 2000s, probably. 2020. Oh, it was uploaded 2020. I don't know when it was taken. Here's the fantail. Here's the Sea Whiz. Right here, this white, that's the, and this is the Sea Whiz right here. This is the white radar dome with a Gatling gun, 30 millimeter Gatling gun, 3,000 rounds per minute. This yellow stripe right here actually lines up to the yellow stripe on the center of the landing area. And this is the fantail where they did, they would do engine tests for the planes and stuff like that that are being refurbished. Also the smoking area. This is right after I got out. USS Independence is here. And USS Kitty Hawk is here. So, no, wait a minute. That was before I was even in. This is 98. So it was right after I got out. So yeah. F-14s back here. You see them like, you know, pizza sliced together. F-14s, EA-6Bs, F-18s, EA-6Bs, F-18s, F-18s, S-3 Vikings, S-3 Vikings, S-3s, F-18s, E-2 Hawkeyes, you can tell by the dish. F-18s through here, and 2 F-14s. So the Independence was being decommed at this time. Phantoms were flying legends. The only problem with the Phantom was when they were first designed, they did not have a gun. All they had was missiles. And the problems with the F4 Phantoms was the amount of smoke that came off those engines, a blind man can follow and hung in the air. Vigilante, maybe that was it. Hold on, let's see what the Vigilante looked like. Oh, come on, mouse. Don't die on me yet. Yep, that looks like it. So the A4 Skyhawk and the A5 Vigilante. I think I screwed up the numbers, but yeah. Yep, that's exactly it here. The tail, so the wings swept back. That is a huge plane to have on an aircraft carrier, by the way. The wings swept back and the tail folded over. Like when you see some of the folding configurations for some of these planes, it's pretty crazy. Like the F-18s. Oh, crap. So like the F-14s just swept them straight back. The E-2s had their wings, they pivot down and around. So it's almost like a shoulder joint. So they're down flush along the fuselage. So when they come out, they twist and bend out and they rotate outwards and they go through here. The ES3s, if you look here, these had the EA6Bs did the same thing. Like the DS3s actually, like, they're almost like windshield wipers. They go past each other. And the EA6Bs went past each other too, but not as far. The F-18's just the wingtips, but like you can see, these are folded over like a toddler crossing their legs. They're like really deep in there. But I've never seen a plane with a tail fin that folded over like the Vigilante did. Now I want to actually go back because I was curious to see what other pictures they had of the fishing vessels. Yeah, this must have been. Yeah, there's no planes on here, so this had to have been. Anchor checks. So there's no planes on board for anchor checks. That's the Zulu flag, Foxtrot flag, Foxtrot flag. So that's the call sign. NZ Foxtrot, Foxtrot. That was our call sign. This is our patch. Let's see. Flight deck washdown. Get out the brooms. So here you go. Here's the EA6Bs right here. You see how the wings fold up and they touch right here at the back, or almost touch. And the F-18s only fold the wingtips. Yes, F-18 Hornet. Damn you, I want pizza now. But yeah, so the EA6Bs were our electronic warfare. And if you look here, you can see this 501. That is the wing of a E2 Hawkeye that's bent backwards. That rotates out and up. This is Japan. I can tell right away. I met the ship here in Japan. The Kitty Hawk was parked right here where this red and white crane was. And the Independence was parked over here on this pier here. You see they have a dry dock for the smaller ships. This is I think that's an Arleigh Burke. Destroyer, Arleigh Burke, Arleigh Burke. I have no idea what the hell that one is. Might not even be ours. Well, it's interesting because I don't know what that is. Might be a hospital ship, but they're usually white. How many tugs do you need to move an aircraft carrier? 5. Yeah. And Dougal, to be honest, Grumman had a lot of good planes. That's fitting, Quee. Yeah, so here's an oiler. So these are the that's probably an LH something, a helicopter carrier. So these are the hoses that are pulled across when we're refueling at sea. Oh, Puget Sound. That's when she was being decommed. No wonder why it's depressing. And this is her coming into Texas after she's been stripped. No non-skid. You can see half the stuff missing off the side of the bridge. Yeah, that's a depressing picture. I don't want to look at that one. Let's see. Same one. Oh, presidential unit citation. These are the awards it won. Battleys. I don't know why they have all these, to be honest. I might just be in the commons. Oh, yeah, now we're back at the beginning. So, and I can also tell you, so I can tell you the age of this picture as well, because not only because the nipples are gone in the front, but this sponson right here used to have a Sea Whiz on it, and it no longer does. So when I was in, there was a Sea Whiz right here, because my office is like literally right behind it here. And now looks like it's a missile launcher. So an enhanced Sea Sparrow, maybe something like that. Look at all the radar domes, communication domes. So great question, Rob. A lot of countries use the ski jump. The Americans never did. They used, they went straight flat top to steam catapults. So, not to sound like American exceptionalism, but they used the steam catapults that other countries didn't use. By using a ski jump, your ship didn't necessarily have to be as big, and you didn't necessarily have so many things that could break. So the ski jump is, kind of like the precursor to a steam catapult, which is a precursor to electromagnetic catapults that we have now. For those who don't know, That's what we call a ski jump. Oh, we can watch a video of one. It just came down to design choices, maintenance, things like that, all the things that kind of go into it. I mean, Americans are one of the first ones to have an aircraft carrier, so they spent a lot of time fine-tuning the design since World War II. But, I mean, if you just look at it as a whole, the whole front of the ship looks different. Like, it's sometimes off to the side and things like that. Like, steam catapults allows you to launch 4 aircraft in the span of roughly 30 seconds to a minute, I think. I'd say a minute. You know, and then after you launch the 4, you have, 3 to 5, 3 minutes beforehand, you're ready to go. So like alert 3 means the plane is already on the catapult and it's waiting to be powered up for, to be alert. Alert 5 means that it's off the catapult and it's ready to be launched. Alert 10 would be it's in the hangar. Yes, they still catapult them. So the U.S. Navy has a mixture of steam catapults, which is like a double barrel shotgun that is steam powered. And then they also have the newest ones like the Ford has electromagnetic catapults. Like if you have 4 aircraft on the deck of the Kitty Hawk or just any USS carrier, I'll just use the Kitty Hawk because that's the one I know best. This will be a good picture. Nope, stop it. Okay, so you have a blast door here, and you have a blast door that's right behind here. So here's your waste cats. So you can launch 1, or you can launch 1. Then once that one clears, you can launch the 2 off the forward. You can launch those one after another. These you have to time it differently because of the disturbed air that goes through here. So you launch 1, you have a disturbed air, and then you launch the second one. And if these are on deck ready to go, all they have to do is pilot's already in them. That's get the huffer out to kick off the APU, turn on the engines, go through flight, go through your control checks and everything else, ramp up the accelerator and launch. I mean, that's it. You got like 0 time. Again, you have Sea Sparrow mount down here. You have a Sea Whiz mount down here and one over here. And here's another mount up here of, I think, Sea Sparrows or something like that. And that used to be a Sea Whiz mount, just like these down here when I was in. So it's obviously upgraded. Like a railgun? In a way, yeah. It's 2 tubes. Here, let me pull it up. It's 2 tubes that get filled up with steams that has like a shuttle in each one. And they're connected at the top to the shuttle that the plane hooks into. So when they launch the plane and they release the shuttle, it goes straight down the deck like 150 feet. And then at the end, it hits a water break. This works. So here's where you get steam powered at and everything else, and then it launches downwards. Let's see if maybe this one's a little better. So yeah, so this sits here. And when he's ready to launch, this T right here sits in the shuttle. So it's got 2 cutouts. Let me go to view the image real quick and I'll show you. So it's got two cutouts that the T sits into, and these are the two barrels, right, like a shotgun. Each one has one of these in there. It gets filled up with steam, and then it launches outwards. And when it launches outwards, when it gets to the end, it hits this water break where it compresses the water, and that's what stops it. And it literally the plane just goes off the edge from there. Yeah, when flight ops are going on, it is hectic. There's a lot of things going on because if you look at it, let's see. No, you're not going to do that, are you? Okay, fine. Be a dick. Be a dick. So there's a couple things that you got to consider when you're talking about like the flight deck when it's in motion. So if we look at this, there's a ceremonial one where you bring out all the planes and it looks nice and pretty and everything's got, every square inch is mixed in and stuff like that. And then you have like operational. That's a model. That's not what I wanted. So when you're operational and you're doing things, oh, there you go. There's a 15-degree turn. Here we go. This is operational. So when you're moving planes around, these planes are coming from all these different areas have different designations. You have the finger, the point, the six pack, the corral. The six pack is here. You have the fantail. You have elevator 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you have elevators are constantly going up and down, bringing planes from the hangars up here. Planes that are up here, obviously they can't use a forward catapult, so they have to bring these planes all the way back here to launch them off the waste catapults. So these planes are moving. These planes are moving. These planes are moving up because these planes have to leave before you can land, obviously. Here's the landing zone right through here. So there's constantly planes moving. They're launching. There's lines that you can't cross that are called foul lines. If you cross a foul line, if a plane's coming for landing, you'll have to wave off, and then you get yelled at from the air boss, usually over the loudspeaker. If you cross the foul lane when the plane is when his plane is launching, you can same thing. You can abort a launch. You put yourself in danger. There's a lot of moving parts. There's tractors driving around everywhere. There's people moving around everywhere. There's trolleys for the armaments being loaded on the planes. Everything. There's a lot of things kind of going over everywhere. And Rob, you're right. You're absolutely right. It does put more strain on the aircraft. That's why the F-22 will never be a Navy plane. That's why that the F-35 is specifically built as a Navy variant for the C variant because of reinforced landing gear. Because it's not just about the launch; it's also about the landing too. Because this deck is pitching and moving and stuff like that. It's not like you're just coming in and landing on a runway. This runway is moving, so it could lurch upwards and cause more stress on the landing gear. So you have a much more overly built landing gear for Navy planes that are very different from the Air Force planes. You also have a very different refueling system. And I'll show you that in a second. Illusion, to answer your question, yes, I've actually been on a plane on a catapult. I've launched 1, 2, 3 times and landed 3 times. I was in a C2 Greyhound, or what we call a COD. It's a carrier onboard delivery. It's basically the same thing as an E2, these white planes you see over here, the radar domes, minus the radar domes. They're cargo planes. I launched off those twice, and I got to go for a ride in a ES3 once. Hey, Cygnus, thanks for hanging out, bud. I appreciate it. The acceleration is crazy. It's you get pushed back in your seat in a hot minute, like in a hot second. You're going from 0 to 150 miles an hour in about 150 feet. And that water break that I mentioned earlier, when that hits, our berthing where we sleep is right underneath the water break. We're at the very front of the ship where I lived at. And that's like a bus hitting a wall at 150 miles an hour directly above your head. And they're launching every minute or two. So that's not counting the winds of the retrieval to pull the shuttle back for the next launch and everything else. I mean, it's a very loud. I earned my tinnitus. Let's put it that way. So, aircraft carrier will hold about 80 planes, give or take. It depends on your configuration. So F-14s are bigger than F-18s. So when we had F-14 squadrons, we had less planes. F-18s, you can pack more of them in. Typically, you have anywhere between 4 to 6 E-2 Hawkeyes because they're not always operational. Some are being used as parts. So my first deployment, we still had A6 intruders. So we had one squadron of A6s. We had one squadron of EA-6B growlers for electronic warfare. Each one of those had 8 to 10 planes. You had 2 fighter squadrons. So I think 2 fighter squadrons, 1 F-18 squadron, 1 A6 squadron because the F-18s are replacing the A6, 1 EA-6B, 1 S-3 anti-submarine. There are usually only like 3 or 4 planes of those. Or maybe there was maybe 6 planes. ES-3s, which you had very limited ones. They were like flying antennas. And then you had helicopters. So about 80 planes total, give or take. Hey, Connor, welcome in. No, Rob, Sea Harriers were on the, oh, fuck, what the hell were they called? Like the Bellawood. It was the, LHAs. So these, I don't want image. Oh, Jesus. So these would carry like helicopters, Harriers. Oh. Okay, so she was operational when I was in. They turned her over to a live fire target in 2006 during a RIMPAC exercise. That's fun. Here you go. Here's your Sea Harriers. They also carry helicopters, and they also carry they've got rid of the carriers or Harriers, and now they carry the F-35 Lightnings. We're just going over military stuff now, Connor. That's all. Just relaying some stories. Do you guys remember the song Gangnam Style? Do you guys want to know what flight ops are like? This is what flight ops are like. Obviously, when you're at sea for a while, you start goofing off and trying to find things to keep things entertained. So you have a couple different things here. You have the green jersey right here. He's the guy who's basically telling how much steam pressure to have. This guy is the shooter. The shooter is the guy who actually launches the plane or tells him he's okay to launch. Based on his signal, the guy down here will push a button and they'll be launched. Right now, when he's waving his hand, he's telling him to increase throttle. And then you'll see him start pointing around and things like that. And I'll stop him throughout. So him pointing around like this, he's checking all the different points, make sure no one's across the foul line. Everything looks good. Everything's ready for him to launch. Everything's good to launch. He points at the two guys in the back to make sure everything's good, and he shoots them off the deck. And then the button gets pressed and off they go. This is the foul line right here, this red and white line. And then there's another one over here. So if you're launching off this catapult, you're on this side of the line. If you're launching on this catapult where these planes are, you're on this side of this other line. There's an E2 Hawkeye. You see this guy back here? He's checking to make sure that when they do the flight services, make sure that everything works, that there's no problems. He's doing a safety check to make sure everything's good. On the other side of the plane is another guy. The shooter cannot see the guy on the other side of the plane, so he requires to talk to him to say he's good. He's got a thumbs up saying he's ready to go based off the steam pressure. Everything's good to go. This guy's sitting back here waiting to be looking at it. And then there's another guy back over here that he's doing the same thing, checking the control surfaces to make sure ailerons work, rudders work, everything else, elevators. And the shooter's goofing off. So you see him just like literally checking everyone's thumbs up. So he's looking that way to make sure that there's nobody foul line. He's checking the other foul line, make sure no one's coming up out of the catwalk. He's checking the guys sitting right in front of him, make sure everything's good. And he's checking the guys in the back to make sure that everything's good to go to launch him. This right here, this orange and white bar, this is called a tie down bar. So this sits from the back of the nose gear all the way back into a slot. It's to prevent it from accidentally being shot off. Red jerseys are AOs, they're your aviation ordnancemen. They're the guys who load the bombs, the missiles, and everything else. And you lift it by hand, by the way. Hold on a second. Let me show you something. That plane right there, that is a C-2 Greyhound. That's what we call COD. It flies like a fish. That's not a radar plane. It's the same sort of plane, a little bit different. Same sort of based on the same airframe. The nose is different, but this is a cargo plane for carrier onboard delivery. It's based off the same similar airframe as the E-2 Hawkeye. But the one before this was a radar plane. The E-2 Hawkeye has the dish on top. So he's telling power up. He's looking around. He's checking everybody. He's got thumbs up all the way around. You can see acknowledge all the thumbs up. Now the guy in the back, I'm pointing at my screen like you guys can see. The guy back here in the back. Oh, hold on. Here's the other guy back here. This is the guy who's looking at the control surfaces. So you can see how he's still right here. You can see how he doesn't get, you can't see him, right? The guy that's over here that he can see has two thumbs. He has his thumb up and he has a thumb up, or he has his thumb up as he's on his knees. He has one thumb up pointed at the ground, and that's giving him his thumbs up. And when the guy on the other side of the plane gives him a thumbs up, then he has two thumbs up to tell him that he's relaying his message from the other side. Hello, SimCard. Welcome to the stream. So here's the foul line you see here. Here's the guy that's you see him start moving the control surfaces. Like as soon as they get up to speed, they just start rocking the stick and just move all the control surfaces all at once. These blast doors. Now the funny thing is, when an F-14 goes off on this, it goes off at afterburner. These blast doors, I don't care where you're hiding, you feel that heat. The F-18, not so much, but like the A6Bs that I used to load crypto in used to sit right up here off of L2. So the elevator 2 is where it sits. I would be in the nose cone, like in the nose gear. And even though the blast doors are here and the ones next to me, they're still, I don't know, a good 100 feet away. And they're deflecting all the jet blast up and out and away from everybody. I still have to pull my fingers into my gloves and cover my face because it is so hot. Like it melts. So he has 2 thumbs up. He has one here and he has one back here. Well, welcome in. There you go, caller. You just see the plane shoot off from the waist cat? Oh, let me bring it back. So he's launched. He's getting ready to launch. So this is literally how fast you can launch planes. Now these are officers. They wear the khaki pants and they're wearing yellows. They're what we call shooters. When they're done, when they're leaving the boat, what they do is they'll do a dry launch of a steam catapult, and they'll tie his boots to the catapult, and they'll launch him into the water. Oh, hold on. Do you want to see? Where is the? Oh, here's at night. I want to find the oops. Here, that's a good thing for the hand signals. Hold on. There you go. Let me play it through and I'll rewind it and I'll show you what happens. No, everyone's a shooter is the same thing. I want you to watch this guy in brown right here. Whoops. So let me show you what happened here. Okay, so this is the guy who's putting the whole back bar on and he's basically walking him up. He's telling him using a hand signal like this to keep moving forward until that tow bar in the front drops into the shuttle. When it drops into the shuttle, he'll look back and he'll point forward. And what it is they'll move the shuttle forward to put pressure on it. Now the whole back bar is holding it down. Then he'll run out. Then the shooter will have the pilot increase throttle. And while he's doing that, he'll also rock the stick, in which case all the control surfaces are moving. You'll see the control surfaces in a minute. Then the two guys in the back are watching the control surfaces to make sure everything's moving right. There's no hindrance. They're free moving and everything else. Then they'll give the thumbs up, and then you'll see it launch. These holes that you see here, they're divots in the flight deck. And it's a piece of metal in a star shape, 5-pointed star. It's just bars, and they're welded into it. It's called pad eyes. So you hook the chains into the pad eye that you tie down the planes with. You also use them to grab hold of so you don't go flying off when a plane turns and you get covered with exhaust. So what you'll notice is that, let me see his position real quick. So you see he's walking off. So this guy is far enough out of the way, he's not going to get hit with too much exhaust. This guy inside, the brown guy, the guy wearing brown, he's a plane captain is what we call him. He's learning this job. He's shadowing this guy. This guy's sitting behind him. So he's outside the exhaust range. This is kind of where this guy should be sitting, is back over here. This guy and this guy are qualified to have these. That's why they wear white. This guy's learning this. So if you see his hand right down here at the bottom, there's a pad eye right there he should be holding on to. But he lets go too early because he thinks once the plane's gone, the exhaust is gone. Now you see this guy just, you see him grab something right through here? Oh, let me go back a little bit here. You can't see it in the shadow, but there's another pad eye that he's going to be grabbing a hold of. Actually, he's between pad eyes. He just has his hand flat. I'm sorry. He's got a pad eye, but he lets it go too soon. Watch where his hand lets go. There's a reason why you shape your body in such a way. And if you look, the guy goes up and puts his arm around him, tells him what he did wrong. You can't hear anything up there, so everything's done with hand signals. So here, let me show you a video of hand signals.
It comes very precisely. An aircraft carrier, one of the best organized places you've ever seen.
The size of these, you don't like really understand. This is what we call a FOD walk down. You're walking down the flight deck before flight off, so make sure there's no foreign object damage. You can start seeing that looks like they're putting in a cable. Here's let's see, that's the number 1 cable, 2 cable, 3 cable, and 4 cable is going to be back this way. So there's no cable on 2. It looks like they're putting a cable or moving a cable off of 1.
Reason to reliably get aircraft into the air and retrieve them safely at the end of their mission.
Yeah, definitely glad he's wearing brown on that one.
It comes very precisely, because if one person is not paying attention, things could go very wrong, resulting in serious accidents. For takeoff and landing to succeed, they must coordinate well and perform each action in the correct order. Because the sound of an aircraft is very loud, communication is only through hand gestures. What do the many hand gestures that aircraft carrier crew members use to communicate mean? Because of the large number of people and moving parts involved in the process of takeoffs and landings on the enormous warships, A well-defined system must be put into place to reduce the
So this guy's
likelihood
moving
of
the plane
errors
forward,
that could have
and this guy's telling the
catastrophic
guy in green at the nose
consequences.
wheel is telling him
The
to move
United
forward.
States Navy employs a method of color coordinating the roles of different crew members by assigning specific colors to the crew members' helmets, coats, and vests. This method eliminates any confusion regarding who is responsible for whose tasks. Even though certain colors represent more than one task, the categories help ensure that everything runs properly in the high-pressure environment of an operational aircraft carrier.
So a couple quick things. You see him has his left hand up. So when he wants him to go straight, he uses two hands. You see him put his left hand up and he's still going like this. That means he wants him to turn left. When he turns left, there's going to be another guy down the deck he's handing him off to. When he's handing him off to, you see him tap his head and point that way. That's the next guy he's going on to. That guy might be a lot further down the deck, but he's going to be directing him where he needs him to go.
In the high-pressure environment of an operational aircraft carrier. The crew members who wear brown are the unit or air wing plane captains and air wing line leading petty officers. The captains oversee their planes, including maintenance, launch, and recovery, while the petty officers are more involved in the hands-on leadership of the unit. Before we get
They're
to
using the
hand
wrong
signals,
stock
we need
footage
to
on so many of
explain
these
what the different
videos.
colors on the aircraft carrier mean. Yellow uniforms are issued to personnel involved in the management of aircraft while they're on the deck. This personnel includes aircraft handling officers, catapult and arresting gear officers, and plane directors. Those dressed in yellow are in charge of directing those wearing blue to handle the aircraft, operate the aircraft elevators and tractors, and communicate with the other crew members. The crew members who wear green uniforms are responsible for performing some of the most difficult and hazardous tasks on deck. These include hook runners, responsible for ensuring
Yeah,
that
it's
the
down the
wires
pull
on the ship
forward,
are
and you see
routed
that, and you
to
see
the
that thing
appropriate
just drop in there.
locations, and those who may
So you'll see him walk. Here's the nose gear, and here's the holdback one. The holdback one is just going to clip in. It's almost like a roller coaster. It just goes into the next one, goes into the next one, goes into the next one. This one, you see him turning his hand, saying, keep moving forward until he sees it go just forward right here where it gets into that shock. And then he'll have him send the shuttle forward to put tension on it.
maintain the ship's catapult and arresting gear. Other crew members on the flight deck, such as photographers, mates, and helicopter signal enlisted soldiers, are required to wear green uniforms. The red crew members include those who manage the aircraft's weaponry by moving, mounting, and arming the aircraft. This can often mean moving missiles weighing up to 500 pounds on their shoulders to transfer them to the correct plane. Officers who deal with mail, freight, passengers, and landing signal officers who assist approaching planes in landing on deck all wear white uniforms. Those who examine quality and safety.
Now, we were what we call the other ones who wear white is medical, safety, QA, and basically like one-offs, outliers. People like me. There's only 2 of us on the entire boat who loaded planes, so we wore white. No, illusion on the flight deck. Your colors are for your specific jobs. So you might wear camo pants, and your working uniform might be a camo blouse. But when you're on the flight deck, you wear a turtleneck. No matter how hot it is, you wear a turtleneck. You also wear a float coat and helmet. And the helmet is basically to turn your head into a blunt object. So if you get sucked into an intake, you bounce off the turbofans until they can shut off the engine. And also prevent you from hitting your head on anything else like wings, doorways, things like that.
Conduct inspections, and our medical crew also wear white. Now that you know the roles of the different shirt colors on the flight deck, let's talk about the hand signals these crew members use to direct the operations on a flight deck. Following the beginning of the flight, when the pilot signals these crew members use to direct the
So that motion right there, this motion right here is him telling him to drop his front tow bar.
on a flight deck. Following the beginning of the flight, when the pilot indicates that he's ready to take off, he will give the plane captain the thumbs up signal. After that, the plane's captain and the pilot will wait in the cockpit until someone wearing a yellow shirt arrives to take command of the aircraft. An aircraft will remain stationary on the flight deck unless a yellow shirt controls it. These directors.
So that hand motion right there, where he takes his hand and he just moves his right hand out, that's putting tension on the forward gear in the shuttle.
A yellow shirt controls it. These directors will always be there to regulate the movements of the aircraft, regardless of whether the aircraft is taxiing or being towed. All signals to the pilots will be communicated above the waist, while those to be communicated to the other flight deck members will be done below the waist. The yellow shirt will first verify that the signal to begin flying has been given, and then they will transmit the signal to break down the aircraft. The arms are being moved in sweeping motions, which indicates that the chocks and chains will be removed from the airplane and that it will only be kept in position.
Yeah, chocks and chains
brakes.
is this way, thumbs out.
Following the disassembly of the aircraft, taxi signals are utilized to guide the aircraft around the flight deck. In the world of aviation, these gestures are standard, waving arms to indicate taxiing and bending one arm to signify turning. All the rotations will be made when the engine is idle to prevent the aircraft from sweeping large amounts of thrust and throwing people overboard. Yellow shirts are not permitted to move when they're taxiing an aircraft. The handler in flight deck control pre-arranged the aircraft's path, direction, and sequence as they taxi to one of the 4 catapults. When the aircraft has arrived at the catapult, it'll get the signal
There's your
to
radar
spread
plane.
its wings, which consists of a sweeping motion of the arms from the chest to the position where they're
See how
fully
the wings
stretched
fold out?
outward. The director will then extend one arm forward to indicate that it's time to drop the launch bar. The aircraft will now taxi very gently and precisely so that the launch bar and the catapult shuttle may be lined up properly. An aircraft that has been equipped with munitions will need to be armed right before it's allowed to settle into position on the CAT. During this potentially life-threatening situation, an orderly, also known as a red shirt, will provide the hands-up signal to guarantee that both
Ordies
pilots'
have a
arms are
saying,
in
it says,
full
if
view
you ain't
at all
ordnance, you
times.
ain't shit.
After the aircraft has been armed, it can taxi into the catapult and begin taking tension.
These blue
A
munitions are
significant
inert,
amount of
they're
power
training
is
ones.
required to overcome the resistance imposed by the holdback fitting located on the rear of the nose gear during taxiing. The take tension signal comes up next, and it's one of the ones that may be seen in cruise films the most frequently. The person wearing the yellow shirt will first look in both directions before simultaneously doing 2 hand signals. The one hand will be lifted with the palm facing outward to signify.
Yeah,
off
helicopters. Now, here's the funny thing:
while the
helicopters
other
are
hand will be
completely
stretched out in
different
front of the
things.
body
So,
to indicate taking
when you
stress.
take off from an aircraft
After
carrier,
getting
you
into
have to.
position,
There's actually
the
a
jet
twisting
squats
motion to tell them
down
to
until
leave the
it's at
deck,
the muzzle
because
of a
as because
loaded
basically
pistol.
as they go up,
After that, the
conservation of
final
momentum,
director
right?
will
They're still going
transfer
up.
control to the shooter,
They're still above the
who will
flight deck,
frantically
and then
wave
they
his hand for
rotate
the
off
run-up
and then
signal.
go off.
The pilot will then wipe out the controls, set the military power, and perform a last check of the instruments. The shooter will then return the salute, point to each of the elements that were on his final
Queen,
checklist,
and it's a funny
tap
thing
the
is,
deck,
like-
and point forward as
There's also a counting system. I don't know if they're going to go over that, but it's like, it's your simple 1, 2, 3, or however you do 3, 3. So it's basically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? But you only count on one hand. If you want to do 6, you turn your hand sideways. So you have 6, 7, 8, 9. And the thing of it is like you pick up the signals really quick if you work up there. I didn't work up there all day. I only worked up there just to load certain planes during flight ops, and that's if, it was called for. So I was up there most every day, but I was only up there for half hour at a most at a time, and I was up there maybe 5-6 times a day at the most. So we're talking about I spent maybe 3 hours a day out of a 12-hour shift on the flight deck. You pick up what those hand signals are real quick, because if you're not paying attention to what those hand signals are and a plane turns, you get hit with that exhaust and you can fly overboard. You can get dumped down the way like you saw that one guy. There's a lot of moving pieces, and it's like, have you ever heard the term have your head on a swivel? That's where it comes from. But for me to go up and even load crypto, now I can load most of these planes before they even turn on the APU units, before they even have, I can load up most of them as long as the APU unit's on, because once there's electronics are powered, they won't drop electricity, they won't drop the load. So long as the APU is on, I don't even have to. There's times I could be up there and not even have to deal with the launches. But you get so addicted to being up there and being around kind of fresh air and seeing everything that's going on. It's like you want to be up there. And the E2 Hawkeyes, the one down here at the bottom, those are harder because even if they switch from APU to engine, they could still drop the load. So you have to babysit them until the engine is at least one engine, the left engine is up and operational. As long as it's rotating, they have the load, you're good to go. But like there'll be times where people will be running off here to the catwalk onto the side before, like a plane will be turning and they're running over there to try to hurry up and beat them there so they can jump into the catwalk so they don't get hit with the exhaust. Well, the problem is if they mistime that and they leave their feet, or even if they don't leave their feet, if they're too close to the edge and that exhaust turns around, you can still end up either in the catwalk or over the catwalk and a 60-foot drop into the water.
The signal that the launch is about to occur. What about the hand signals when an aircraft is about to land? After touching down, the signals become significantly less complicated. When the pilot approaches the landing spot, he will see a yellow shirt standing to his right, tugging one of his thumbs backward to indicate that he should reduce the throttle after the trap. After a brief pause, the hookup signal is communicated.
So when he reduces the thing, he tells us that he reduces the throttle. The wire will actually pull him, because there's tension on the wire, will actually pull him backwards and it'll create slack in the wire. Then the yellow shirt will tell him that his tail hook has got to go up. He raises the tail hook, he starts moving away, and then they start reeling in the wire that he caught and put it back where it was. And it's all done with hydraulics.
By bringing one thumb into the open palm of the other hand. After that, the pilot will give the flight deck chief either a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
There you go, Rob. That's what the
jet is up
that's what it's like to land on a plane.
After that, the plane will
deck.
perform a series of taxiing maneuvers until the person in the yellow shirt receives the same signal as before to install the chocks and chains. After that, the plane will be turned over to the plane captain. And that will be all for today's video. Thanks for staying tuned. Let us know what you think of this topic in the comments.
There you guys go. There's all your hand signals. Hold on a second. I want to find the helo because they differ.
Maybe? There's a lot of moving parts when landing a helicopter.
God, I can't believe we wore fucking blue camo.
Aircraft. Sailors from Commander Fleet Activity Sasebo participated in the Landing Signalman Enlisted Course, or LSE.
Yeah, so you're telling them that he's coming down.
That deals with
kill engine.
Helicopter directionals whenever it comes in, whenever it's flying in the air, obviously. Just making sure that we can help guide pilots.
These evolutions taught sailors lessons you can't learn from a book.
You won't really know what to expect until you actually have that helo right above your head, pushing that downward on you so you can actually react to it. You can't read that, you have to experience it.
But most importantly,
come forward.
The course emphasized one thing.
Safety. Safety, safety, safety. 100%. Anything I do in the Navy, I consider safety first.
Thanks to the hard work of these instructors and students,
come left.
Sailors on the flight deck and in the air can rest assured that they're in safe hands.
So a little bit different hand signals. It's more above your head, but hand signals above the waist goes for pilots. Hand signals below the waist goes for deck crew. Yeah, it's American height. It's American Sign Language, for sake of another word. Oh, I know what I want to show you guys. Somebody got a. I mean, I've shown this on a live stream before, but you guys might enjoy it. There's an arresting gear fail on an E2 Hawkeye. And the Hawkeye was almost stopped when the arresting gear snapped, and you can see the cable snap, and everyone jumps out of the way, bails, but the plane is still moving. You see it fall over the waist, and then let me just play for for the rest of it. It's absolutely crazy. The pilot ended up with a flying cross for it. You see everyone running because they thought the plane went in the drink, but they pulled it up.
3 pilots assigned to the screw tops of Airborne Early Warning Squadron 123 were awarded the Armed Forces Air Medal for valor aboard the aircraft carrier USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. The pilot's valor was demonstrated on...
So this camera is actually in the landing deck, is in the flight deck itself, pointed up. So you can see, you can watch this on closed circuit TV throughout the ship.
March 18th, after saving an E-2C Hawkeye from crashing into the water after
Like right
an arresting cable snapped during
there,
their landing.
you see it snap. You see everyone
Lieutenant
run.
Commander Kellen Smith was
Like
the
watch the
aircraft
guys in the
commander
corners.
the water after an arresting cable snapped
Watch the
during
guys.
their landing.
See them run.
Lieutenant Commander Kellen Smith was the aircraft commander that
Like
day.
how that did not end up in the water is amazing.
But in that instant, things just clicked. You know, the training that we've done for years of flying. I mean, myself, I've been flying for almost 12 years now. We were able to hold our set attitude, and Matt was able to expertly kind of keep us climbing away and get us away from that water.
Smith and Lieutenant Commander Thomas Browning were awarded their medals in a ceremony aboard the Ike. Lieutenant Matthew Hallowell, who is not present for the ceremony, is now an instructor for new Hawkeye pilots. The screw tops are currently deployed with the Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group in support of Operation Inherent Resolve. For USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, I'm Petty Officer Michael R. Gendron.
Now, the funny thing about the E2 Hawkeye, let me show something to you guys. Remember I said the engine has to be running before you can leave, right? This. I want. Come on. Here we go. So this red line is where the prop is. When you come out of this door is open, you come out. This is roughly 4 or 5 feet from the door to the red line where the props are. The first thing you do when you come out of this plane after you've loaded, like in my case, I loaded crypto, this engine is running. This engine may or may not be running. You stop, you put your left hand out, which goes the opposite direction, and you feel the fuselage. And you feel which direction the wind's coming in from, and you turn away from that because you're coming in that close. You don't walk out this way. You walk out through the back of the, you walk along the fuselage all the way to the end of the plane before you come out. That's how close to the prop you're coming when you come out the door. Fun times. Here's something fun for you guys. Aircraft carrier flight deck is 60 feet above the water. This is a Typhoon kind of rogue wave-ish. I don't think it was quite rogue wave status, but it was definitely a really big wave. Yeah, it's just trying to find his level. And that poor helicopter at the front is now soaking wet. That was a big, I mean, if you look at the waves that are here, none of them are that big. Those three that came in were huge. So yeah, there we go. All right, you guys got anything else you guys want to talk about? It is 3 a.m. We've been going for 5 hours. Hey, a typical fucking unfornicated stream where we get sidetracked and do something completely different. Oh, wait. You know what? Hold on. Today is the Unfornicated channel's birthday. One year ago today, I made the channel. And I did not make a video until 6 months after. Dun, dun, dun. So in a year, we went from having 5 subscribers for like the first 6 months because I had no content, to doing content on Mike's show and on Discord for the Battle of the Beams. My first video is actually this one here. So that was 6 months ago. So 6 months, we grew the channel for 330 subscribers and like almost 2,000, well over 2,000, well, I don't know, well, over 2,000 watch hours. So it's all because of you guys. I guess I should have said that at the beginning, huh? It's a birthday stream for the channel. But to be honest, I forgot what day it was. Yeah, definitely not bad. I definitely earned like this last video has so many other views. Let's see. What was my highest? The USS Liberty had 1.2K as a live stream. But then the video that I made afterwards only had 200 views. Still, 200 views was before this. This was my highest views here, and that was the ice wall and the radar. So we're slowly getting views up. Not bad. I'm hoping this is like a turning point. So we'll see. Hey, Rob, you know what? If you ever want to collab on something like that with the history and treasure hunting stuff like that, I used to be huge into that, and would be happy to collab with you stuff like that. So like the Wida that was found up in Massachusetts. I used to be big in like marine archaeology and scuba diving. That's what I wanted to do for when I was a teenager. So I realized that most people don't find anything, and therefore it's hard to come by for money, and you need money to go do expeditions. So um, no, I always enjoy history channels, especially if it's like something obscure. And that's kind of like why I did that's why I started doing like the declassified live streams. I think I've only done a few of those. Let's see. Liberty, Radio, Ace High, Code Talkers, and Cryptology. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I did 5 declassified. So I need to do a little more. I don't know, maybe I'll do the Aegis as a live stream. We'll make it a declassified. That could work. The hard thing with a live stream is just going to be the like the visuals. Like I can use this setup here where you guys can see like the channels that's playing. I assume that's big enough for most everybody to read. But I could also cut it to individual, like full screens and stuff like that. I just have to have them lined up. And that's the hardest part, just make sure that they're lined up correctly. So I almost prefer to do, if I do a live stream, and then I'll follow it up with just an actual video itself, just because it's a little more cohesive and less editing. Not that that makes sense, but it does. Yeah, views do come hard on occasion. Now, if I was a conspirator, then I could probably get better views, but I have a moral compass of sorts. Yeah, Rob, anytime. Happy to help where I can. I'm not the best OBS guy either, though. All right, yeah, we're down to like 13, so we'll go ahead and pack it up for the night. It's almost 3:30, so I'm going to go get some sleep. Probably have to walk the dog one more time. She's been sitting here nice and neat. What do you think the best beginner editing software would be? I think Resolve. The reason why I said Resolve is because A, it's free. And for a free software, it is very, very, very powerful. And 2, there are a ton of master classes on YouTube that you can watch to help with your editing. I need to spend more time watching them. No, that's all right, Proby. No big deal. I was just saying that I just realized that today is the birthday of the stream. And I didn't mention it until just now because I didn't realize what day it was. But yeah, I download DaVinci Resolve. Take a look at some master classes, and just remember that you don't, I don't like cuts. It's my general disposition. So I use like a smooth cut transfer. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. I hide them with B-roll and stuff like that. So that way some of the really more rougher cuts are easy to kind of hide. But Yeah, it's just about, you know, if you know I mean, it's the same thing I told Bruce basically is that make sure it's something that you like doing because like if it wasn't for the fact that the subject matter that I covered, I wouldn't be doing videos because I don't like editing. And I'm not even a big fan of recording. Live streaming is one thing, but recording is something else entirely. Like talking with you guys and hanging out with you guys and talking to chat and stuff like that, great. If I go do something else, it's like I sit here record. It's not as fun. Yeah, that's true, Lindsay. And to be honest, my editing's still getting better and stuff like that. So, and here's the other thing for you, Rob, too. Like, if you have a subscription to Canva, it's $15 a month, and you can do anything and everything in Canva, and it has a shit ton of like B-roll and stuff like that. That's helpful. I don't use it that way. I still use Resolve. Excuse me. Hold on, let me show you what I do. Like, what I will end up doing is I will. I will go into Canva and that's not a good thing. Let's see. What I use a bunch of B-roll on. Oh, I know what. Hold on, close that out. Minimize that. Oh, that's what I did. So what I'll do is I'll just download videos that I'm looking for. Like, don't ask why I have 12 elves. I keep 21 elves. I keep forgetting to rename them. Like, I'll download like a stock video of this. I'll go into Canva, I'll find it, then I'll download it to my computer, then I'll add it and Resolve and move it and clip it and where everything else where I need to. That's what I use Canva for. That's it. It's just like these individual clips that I use for B-roll. And then sometimes for B-roll, I'll try to reach out to the creator who makes it. I'll go to a creator who has something that I want that's on YouTube, and I'll just I'll do a screen recording.
Who wants a creamy keyboard? Blood with all the fluids.
Here, Mike talking as it was during one of Mike's stream. I was doing this. This is someone who did drone footage of Harp in Alaska. So I just do a screen recording, then I'll put that in, and it like my whole video of just me as a talking head is at the bottom, and then I'll layer B-rolls on top of it and transitions and stuff like that. Just remember that in the middle is you have your audio track and your video track. Those are like your baselines. Anything you add above it will show over. Anything you have below it on the audio will play over your audio. So either you need to clip the audio and turn the volume down, or things like that. So you can stack different sounds. Like there's been a couple different times where I use different sounds for different things. You know, they call it like layering sound, but like this. Oh, whoops. So in this one, I had a general quarters sound going off, and then I also had a fire sound going off. So that way, you know, you can hear the fire, you can hear the general quarters, you can hear, you know, different layers of sound and sound layering, stuff like that. I'm not very good at it. Someone like DP is a lot better. But like if you were to, so like this is where I need to get better at what I what I do. I have everything kind of haphazardly all over the place right now. And I'll bring everything into Resolve based on where they are. Then once I do the video, I will just opening up. So when I do the video, all my if I move it later to an external hard drive, all those anchors move. So I don't have any of the clips in here anymore, and I would have to rebuild it. So the idea would be build a file system where you're going to store it, then make the video, and then download the video back into copy the video into that folder for later use or something like that. That's the only thing I would say. I am terrible at this. This is why this shit happens all the time to me. So I think it's done. I see a problem. I upload it. I watch it. I see there's a problem. I say, shit. I go back in to fix it. I've already moved everything. So it's like from the download folder to the file folder to the images folder to the music folder. It's like, it's shit all over the place. Same thing, Dougal. So what I'll do is, so there is fair use. If you're doing commentary over something that they're using, then you can do that. Otherwise, I will reach out to the creator and ask if I can use their footage, especially like the harp one, because it's a drone footage with a drone operator. Obviously, he paid to go up there, and no one should use it. Now, I'm not monetized, so it's not necessarily a thing that they can strike me. But it's like I'm not monetized, so it's not a big deal. But like I'll give credit in the description. I'll even give credit on screen. But if you have anything that's been playing on TV or something like that, then it gets a little funny. But usually what it is like I give credit where I can, and if I don't know whose credit it is, I'm just using a clip of something stupid to make a funny joke. And it's a clip of say The Office. Okay, well, it's in there. It's a small clip. It's a 5-second clip, and I move on. If they want to strike me for it, they can strike me for it, and I'll take it out. Yeah, I wish I had a video to show you. Nope. Hold on. Let's do this again here. Oh, I know what we'll do. Hold on. Let me show you something real quick. New project. Let's call this stupid shit. All right. I want to bring in Witsit. And I want to bring in Witsit again. So I can butt them up against here. I can shrink it and trim it and stuff like that with the razor blade to cut it. I can transition between these two with different transitions here. Most of the ones I use are blur, dissolve, push, and smooth. But you can kind of see what the transition does as you move your mouse over. And then if I wanted to add a picture over this. Fuck. Oops. It's a still picture. I can, I can extend it out however much I wanted to, and I can do things like zoom in on it, and stuff like that with keyframes and things like that. So, yeah, there's a lot of different things that you'll pick up. And like I said, the master class will help you. When it comes down to after that, just let me know. And if you want to do live streams, it's even easier because it's just OBS. So it's just understanding your sources, which obviously is a huge problem for Derp Vengers as a whole. But understanding your sources, understanding your different scenes, naming them right, the setup, stuff like that. Like if you haven't noticed, my scene has actually changed from just being brick to where I added, you see the red that goes around it, and then I set the brick in, and we have a red around that also. So it's a little different. Yeah, Monkey, we're just finishing up. I was just going over some final stuff, and then Rob was talking about starting a channel for some history and treasure hunting, so I was just kind of sharing some information. Oh, real quick, let me get rid of this. I don't know if you'll find this on your own. Well, let me show you something. Like if I do this, you see how this is, you can see the video behind it, Rob? If you go to here to filters and you do, it's called a backfill or blanking fill. And if you see here, it just takes a picture and blurs it out in the back. So that way if your video, if your still is smaller than your video canvas, you put this blanking fill behind it, and that way it doesn't show the video through. I found that out after 4 videos in. I would literally take the video or the picture I wanted, and then I would stack it in GIMP to make it the resolution I wanted, and then export it, and then add it to my screen without even knowing I could do this. Because now it's like, well, fuck. Yeah, very much so. But like, like if I'm doing, whoops, like showing a bunch of, I'm going to show like a bunch of these like clips from social media, like, like this is what I do, right? So it's like, all right, I'm going to move this over here. And I want to move this up here. And then I'm going to add another one on top of this. So then it comes up, gets added, then I add another one. And, I can have a blanking fill going on in the background or something like that. And you can do transitions with these too. So you can like shrink them, you can zoom in on them, whatever. Keyframes are your greatest thing. Like as long as you mark it, you have the right segment highlighted and you're at the beginning, you can just mark like a keyframe. And then if we go to the end, and let's say in that time, I wanted to zoom in a bit. So now I can sit there and say, like as it plays.
If you want to support the stream, links in the description.
Yeah, I mean, once you get used, like I said, it's real easy to use. It's very powerful to use. There's not much behind the paywall. You could spend $300 and get the studio version of Resolve, and I was willing to pay for it. But it's like I don't like when I look at these and see what's available for studio. It's not anything I need. But I'm going to be taking some lessons from Steve's Creepy Van on some stuff too. So I'll know more later. But the great thing about the community is everybody's willing to help. So if you don't know, ask. And if they don't know, they'll direct you to someone who they think might know. Yeah, it's simple. Just drop shit in. See, look, harp, earthquake. How fucking dumb do you have to be? All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead and pack it up. Like I said, reach out anytime. I'm happy to help out where I can. I'm by far not the most greatest at doing this, but I will help out and share anything that I have. Otherwise, thank you, everybody, for coming to the stream. Thank you for wishing the channel a happy birthday. And thanks for hanging out for 5+ fucking hours, you lunatics. Yeah. We will catch you guys probably Monday or Tuesday. I'll catch most of you guys. Yeah, you too, Rob. You too. And yeah, keep up with that diet. You know, don't do anything you're not supposed to. Lindsay, Dougal, Rob, Monkey, Proby, Quee, Lindsay, all you guys are all legends. Tori, pleasure hanging out as always. I will catch you guys whenever I see you next. So enjoy the rest of your weekend. Stay safe, stay warm, enjoy the sunshine, touch grass, smoke grass, whatever floats your boat.